to... Hey, what's good, Six? How you doing? 1 second. Let me just do this. How you been, Six? How was your weekend, man? Let me just lower that. And then, what's up, Jose? Let me get some water next to me. I don't need this right now. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna be real. I was not planning on streaming today, but fuck it. Circumstances are what they are. We're just gonna go ahead and do it. Six, if you're here, do you mind doing me a favor and like at any point within like this week, could you help me get like the scans for all the chapters? I can do a few myself right now, but I'll take I can do a few myself. First arc. What do you even call the first arc? No, you know. Do you mind helping me out with that? Cause oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. I've just been busy. No. First of all, take your time. Don't rush. It doesn't have to be like today or tomorrow either. I'm gonna be looking through a couple of the chapters myself. I'm gonna be looking through a couple of chapters myself. Not to read per se. I don't plan on really reading them, but there are a couple things within the first arc that I did want to cover whenever I go through Bleach as a whole. So I was gonna go through this myself. I was just gonna go through this myself, just download a couple, but yeah. By the way, are you sick today? What do you have, man? What's wrong? A little cold, the flu? Hope it's nothing too severe. I hope you feel better soon, man. I've been sick a lot more this year than I usually am, so it's usually rough. I'm not reading any of this crap. I don't care to read any of this. Just a fever? Okay, that's not too bad. Well, I hope you get better, man. They usually last like what, like a week. Hope you've been good. What's up, One Smart? What's up, Mr. Dens? Hope you guys are doing well. I'm gonna be real. I did not get a lot of sleep. If my speech starts to slur a little bit more, if the stream doesn't last for too long, it's completely fine. Getting early Bleach panels. Yeah, just getting some early ones. Just gonna get some stuff out of the way. Right. 1 second, guys. Okay. I'll leave the messages like that. Let me put it. If I slur my words, I'm not gonna say slurs. Sleep, huh? I'm not gonna lie to you. I woke up a lot later than I usually do. Well, a little bit later than I usually do. A lot, depending on how you define hours. A lot in terms of hours, but I fell asleep like at 7 in the morning, dude. I'm dead right now. I got like maybe 5 hours of sleep. I slept like 2 hours over what I usually wake up at. It's been rough. Oh. Let me put this in the Discord too. Everyone, I am leave. Dude, this shit is actually kind of hitting me hard. There was like something weird happening in my closet. I was trying to fall asleep. And then, like, every now and then I would hear some rustling. I took a bunch of shit out of my closet. Even my mom walked into my room at like 7 in the morning because I went around to like the back of my closet on the other side of the wall in the kitchen, and I started banging against it to see if I could maybe scare away whatever the fuck was inside. I don't know what it is. It was like rustling. It was like something was scratching something inside, but I couldn't find anything. It's clearly not in the bottom end of it, so I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to remove out all the stuff from up top and try to find it there. It's just so dumb, man. It just kept waking me up. Shit was annoying. Might need an exterminator or something. Hey, and I donated to your Ko-Fi, and I got a message asking you to. Wait, did you? I'm sorry, man. What the fuck? Give me 1 second. Let me do that for you right now. Then I apologize for that. Wow, I didn't receive a notification for that, or I guess I didn't see it. I'm sorry. Let me send you it right away, Suz. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. My apologies. If for whatever reason, yeah, wow. Okay, so we got on Discord doesn't work. Okay. My sincerest apologies. I'll send it right away. They sent this on October 4th? Damn, I just haven't been checking my Ko-Fi. Invite. Then we do edit invite link, one use, save. Okay. Copy link. Where is it? Where is it? I'm so sorry. I hope community. Wow, somebody sent me a Discord message from like not a Discord message, a message on Ko-Fi from like a while ago. I haven't been checking my Ko-Fi. Holy shit. Oh. My apologies. Yeah, I got a message from somebody else too. Yeah, I'm just out of it. I'm just out of it. They sent me like this shit back in October, dude. Oh, all I could do was apologize and send it, but like, damn, I feel so bad about that. Where are you on the script? Same place as I was before. I took a break in the weekend because I just been feeling fried, dude. Have you decided on what you're gonna scale next? Nope, not decided yet. So how are you structuring this? Are you gonna do arc by arc review, or are you just gonna list big problems? I'm gonna go arc by arc and just talk about the things I do like and the things that I dislike about it. Starting off with the first arc, actually, it wasn't as bad as I initially thought. When I first started reading Bleach, I remember not being fond of its first arc. Ichigo didn't have the large butcher knife with the cool red sash. He had a large katana, but it felt kind of basic. I can't say I'm a fan of Kubo's early art style, especially since it would eventually evolve into one of the cleanest styles in shonen. Cleanest styles in shonen even to this day. You'd be... I was pleasantly surprised during this read-through. I was pleasantly surprised during this read-through. However, I can't say I wasn't pleasantly surprised during this read-through. I can't really. I'm sure some of you were probably waiting. In all honesty, I was pleasantly surprised during this read-through. In all honesty, I was pleasantly surprised through this read-through. during the... Oh, honestly, I was pleasantly surprised it wasn't... The first arc does a decent job at introducing us to the main cast. Honestly, I feel like the first I like the first arc. It had a unique feel to it, but even if it was a little boring, there's something it sets up our main protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, very well. You get an idea. He's a bit of a He's a bit of a punk who only... No. He may come off as a bit... Come off as a bit of a... Choosing to help... Girl whose flower after her base the spirit of a girl some hooligans. Yeah, we're gonna use big words. We're gonna use hooligans. Is the real Eon still gooning? Dude, the real Eon hasn't stopped gooning since like October 14th. I'm kind of worried at this point. He's still under his fucking... Made a video about GARP called the GARP Agenda. Cool. Good for him. That's wonderful. How's everybody doing, by the way? I am running on like no sleep. I'm running on like maybe 5 hours of sleep. I know that to some that might not really be a big deal, but I barely function with 8, dude. I mentioned before how interested I find it, how early focus more on the paranormal mystery part of the Souls compared to later. Reminded me of Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember that. So, are you structuring? You found out a memory of the Snow movie? Have the date? Hey, what's up, Onomatopoeia? Hope you're having a good day too, Preston. I have been... I'm tired, man. I could just tell you guys I'm tired. I wasn't planning on streaming at all. When do you think the video's going to come out? However long it takes me to write this fuck-ass review, however long it takes me to look through the issues that I have. It's not necessarily an issue. It's not necessarily... I'm also running on little sleep. What a coincidence. Yeah. You probably, because you were the thing that was fucking rustling inside my closet, 6. I don't remember if it was you or if it was Zod or Zod that kept mentioning about being inside my walls. I'm starting to believe one of you fucks. I don't know. Hopefully, yeah, I'm a college student. I sleep 5 hours max. That's completely fair. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like the difference between like a college student sleeping on running on 5 hours and a guy near his 30s running on 5 hours is like night and day, dude. I could run on 5 hours of sleep for college. Hell, sometimes I would just go off of like straight 5-hour energies, in order to like take tests and shit when I crammed like 10 minutes before the fucking class. I don't know. I don't think I can do like the whole like stay up till 7 because of bullshit that's happening inside my house that I'm not aware of. It's crazy. Zoda's in your walls. That's crazy. Gave me actual time to fix your sleep schedule. That's wonderful, man. I'm really happy for you, Brown Pants. I honestly, I don't even know. I might really, like, just forcibly have to, like, fix my sleeping schedule because I've been falling asleep a little bit later than normal, like 1 or 2 a.m. But, like, tonight it was just bad, man. Like, every single time I close my eyes and you're not the one in my walls, Aster. You're out there eating your fancy sushis and doing whatever it is that Asters do. Unk, I can hear your joints popping from your... You're fucking lying. If you hear anything popping, it's probably my table, dude. Does Aurelion share your terrible takes on the big 3 women? No, the real Eon appreciates all of the women in Bleach. He appreciates all the women in Bleach and in just the big 3 as a whole. Yeah, he doesn't have any hatred for anybody in his heart. He's a completely wholesome gooner that just simply does his thing on the side. Currently studying economics and eating beans in Eon's walls. Alright, why the fuck would you eat beans inside somebody's walls? It's a more alarming thing. Does the real Eon glaze bleach? The real Eon does not glaze bleach. As a matter of fact, the real Eon only, the only thing that the real Eon likes about bleach is the women, and that's basically it. Me personally, I hate every aspect of this fuck-ass story. No, that's not true. So I don't know if anyone saw the latest One Piece chapter, but a specific scene did not need to be as long as it was. I recently read the latest chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen Modulo. Shit was crazy, I'm not gonna lie to you. Lies, I saw him reading Bleach while giggling. Where the fuck did you see him Bleach while giggling? Because he has been under that fucking blanket for like the last month and a half, dude. I think I'll watch the VOD. I'm not good with zero sleep thing. Yeah. I'm not good with it either. Maybe a bit of a punk. Maybe a bit of a punk to the hard vouchers. Gilligans. Yeah, a bit of a. He may come off as a bit of a punk, but he's got a heart of gold. He's got a heart of gold. Choosing to help. One of Ichigo's. One of Ichigo's comes from Ichigo's most prominent trait is his most prominent trait. Of helping. Sure, it's simple. Sure, it's simple, and it doesn't really establish a Hokage or Pirate King. It's serviceable. It's honestly like the Hokage, or Pirate King. It's honestly a serviceable. Honestly, allows the story to, whatever it wants. I know this is a big issue. Chico feel like he doesn't But in truth, I don't view it as negative. What's up? Hey, what's up, Haycon? Listening to the stream while on my way to work in the second half of work. Perfect timing. Dude, I'm sorry, but dude, the new Mojo chapter was absolute cooking. I wait to see Yuka cook that bum Deborah. I don't know what you mean by she's gonna cook him. Yeah, listen, Yuka's got, I don't know how much time left. Do you like chocolate? Why are you asking me a question? Why are you asking me such a question? I don't eat chocolate, dude. I don't need chocolate. I don't need miso. I don't need any kind of beans, bro. Nice try, IMAX. I've seen through your gaze, through your guise. There is a white hole that connects your wall with my basement. Where the fuck is the white hole? How about you point it out to me? Let me know exactly where it's at. How about that? How about that? Let me know exactly where it's at, and I'll send a dying neutron star through the hole into your basement. How about that? See a statement that Deborah is so strong he can't even be ranked by sorcerer. So this could mean he scales above Gojo and Sukuna since they were both classified as special grades. That's a very good case. You know what's something interesting that I haven't actually. You know something interesting that I also have noticed, though? Deborah could very well scale above Sukuna. I'm fine with it as long as it's handled properly. I think I trust Gege Akutami enough to do it. I think the only thing that kind of has me, like, still believing that he could be within that tier of strength without necessarily surpassing it is the fact that I don't think we've necessarily seen any special or heard of, like, the term special grade since Modulo has started. I could be wrong. It's not like I've specifically like looked through any of the chapters to like find the term, but I don't recall it as far as like anything that I've seen when it comes to like the chapters. They've usually referred to grade 1 to sorcerers, but I don't know if they've necessarily referred to special grades. It could be possible that special grades actually haven't really been manifesting within the context of the story since the overall power of Jujutsu has lowered. This would also be old UGG upscale since he's the only one that can beat Deborah. It would be definite massive upscale. I'd actually be interested in seeing where Yuji Itadori stands in current Modulo, especially since they stated that like he doesn't really age. I'm so excited to see what Yuji could potentially do if he were to come back. But mostly not even because I get to see Yuji again. It's mostly because Yuji at this point has gotten 68 years worth of, I don't want to say training, because training would not be the proper term to use here. It seems that, like, the government, at least the Japanese government, has gone out of their way to, you know, only really involve Yuji Itadori in, like, very specific cases, if anything. Yeah, that's why I said it could. No, I know what I read it specifically. Yeah, I heard the could. I'm just bringing up my own points towards it. No worries. I say this kind of also because, like, you know, going back to my previous point, the government really seems to, like, only bring in Yuji Itadori within, like, very specific situations. It's almost as if he's sort of like this force that they can only call upon in specific times of need. I don't know if, like, they necessarily have to call upon him, like, in other cases, more so just like a let's just say it's like their own nuclear deterrent that's just like locked away. They just like let him do whatever he wants. They just have him on the background, like, okay, bro, if we ever do need you though, you'll come up, right? Like you'll come through, bro. He's like, yeah, probably, maybe. I don't know. There's kind of nobody, at least as far as I'm aware, that can potentially check him. It actually does also bring up a question. Obviously it doesn't necessarily have to directly translate to the base series of JJK, but it could also potentially be a case that, like, Yuji does have some potential upscaling even, like, after the fight with Sukuna, because I know that, like, the whole conversation of, like, Yuji versus Yuta and Maki has been kind of it's been kind of like I don't know what word to properly use here. I guess it's been sort of like a divisive topic around the time that JJK ended. You know, some people say that he's top 3 now. Some people say that he could be top 1. I don't really know where exactly I would have placed him yet. I know that, like, Yuta would have definitely been a very tough opponent for him. Regardless, and it doesn't necessarily have to translate to anything since this would be a Yuji Itadori from, like, 68 years in the future. Though I want to kind of bring up that, like, Yuji in about less than 6 months became strong enough to fight the King of Curses through sheer determination alone, right? Well, and some cheating. it kind of brings up this topic of discussion of like, what would a Yuji Itadori with potentially, not inherently, potentially 68 years worth of experience, imagine what the fuck he could do, right? I think he's definitely top 3 with the experience. Isn't there a statement about this generation of Jujutsu being the weakest? It's definitely weaker than it was before. Gojo's inherent existence from the moment he was born essentially shot Jujutsu sorcery just way up high. More and more cursed spirits of special grade tier started to like pop out of nowhere. You can definitely make the argument that, like, with Gojo and Sukuna both dead, the overall power level kind of went down, but we don't know. Isn't there a statement? Yeah, they're stated to be massively weaker. Okay. I didn't also realize you understand. You massively surpassed everyone in Medulo. I would believe it. I would believe it. My only big contentions with like Yuji versus Dabura right now, obviously since it's the mystery still left up to like what Dabura's curse technique is, I think it really just depends on like what Dabura's innate curse technique is. Depending on what his domain is, not domain expansion, like his innate domain is like, it could heavily affect what Yuji can do. It might also be a case of like Yuji specifically. It'd also be a case of, like, Yuji, specifically might have some level of counter. Maybe he has to, like, damage the soul directly. We don't know yet. But the fact that they chose Yuka kind of had me a little bit taken aback. It might be because, you know, we might get a situation where she finally gets the ring. Maybe she unlocks Rika, depending on how that goes. I'm not sure, man. I predict that for this following fight, Yuka either has a portion of her technique or a technique that we haven't seen yet, since we've only seen her perform, like, enhancements with Jujutsu Sorcery. I'm bound to not believe that, like, her whole, like, claw pincer thing, it's not her actual technique, but more so just a manifestation of her utilization of cursed energy. I mean, 68 years have passed since all of the stuff that happened within the original story, so, you know, there could have been some extra developments within the context of, like, cursed energy manipulation. There could be a case of, like, her getting the ring for Rika, maybe her being able to fully utilize Rika, but I do... I mean, you and I know about the whole situation with Yuka anyway, so it's kind of rough, man. Why are some manga on Weeb Central so weird? Did you write some of your own? Not necessarily. It'd be weird if Dabura is stronger than Sukuna and gets beaten by this generation, considering... I think it would be weird. I wouldn't be okay with it. I'm not sure yet as to how powerful Dabura is. I think there are many things that we still need to figure out. It does, as Six pointed out, there could be an argument since they are marking him as a threat in and of itself. They also called him a walking calamity, kind of like Sukuna. So it does genuinely depend. Okay. I don't view it as a negative. But in truth, I don't view it as a negative. Throughout this arc, after becoming throughout this arc, Ichigo Here's a negative. Seeing his mother die in front of him, and being a small child incapable of protecting her is a decent form of motivation. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He doesn't want anyone to go through what he experienced. He does And now experienced, and now that he's, let's see, he's now that he's gained the, now that he's now that he's gained this power, Yuji is definitely gonna aura farm once we see him in Sung Jin Woo type shit. Did you ever go to college, and if so, how expensive was it? I heard America is kind of insane with the prices. How real is that? College is pretty fucking expensive. It's definitely insightful as to, like, as Drake actually put it, it really is insightful. But it is very, very expensive. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I assume that, like, outside of the United States, there are plenty of, like, college programs that other countries have, which allow their students. There are a lot of, like, a lot of programs, whether it's financial support from the government or some kind of scholarships that can help make the entire process a lot easier. But I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't really, like, pay much in college. At least where I'm at, the financial aid was, like, good enough that, at least where I lived, like, the financial aid was, like, good enough that, like, it kind of covered most of my expenses, and it even left me with some extra money. Over here, depending on the financial aid that you have, if it pays for the entirety of your tuition, and as a student, if they paid for the entire, if the financial aid that they offer you based on your parents' income or your income, if it ends up paying for the entirety of your tuition, and at the same time also has, like, leftover funds, you just get to keep that money in the form of a paycheck. I would give the paychecks to my mom when I was in college so that she could, like, put it away in an account so that way, you know, I'd have it, like, saving up on the side. It wasn't bad, honestly. I ended up leaving college with a better extra money, and I ended up taking care of it. I spent about 5 years in college. I know that the usual thing is 4, but I did need to make up, like, an extra semester due to some remedial classes. My college experience as a whole wasn't, like, bad. I don't think I went to a community college. I don't remember. At least it was never, like, in the name, or I don't think it was, like, necessarily, like, expressed, but it could have been. It's fine regardless. I think community colleges are fine, though. In terms of, like, masters and stuff like that, I'd probably go to, like a more pronounced university, like a more well recognized one. Do you stay away from the fairy tale goon bait, or do you need another chapter so you can avoid them? I'm good on the chapters for now, Aster. I really do appreciate it, though. If college is the same thing as uni, then I have to pay $480 for a semester. The American range, or are we talking a huge difference? No, in the U.S., depending on it depends on, like, the number of classes that you're taking. Different courses, I think certain courses actually cost more, but I don't quote me on that. I remember that I got $6,000 for a financial aid check once, and I only spent about $4,000 for that semester, so I ended up pocketing about 2,000 of those dollars. A lot of it ended up still going to, like, you know, for, like, food, books, and stuff like that, but it was fine overall. I still didn't, like, technically pay out of my own pocket. It's expensive. It's expensive. It's not cheap, especially for many households. You really do either need the financial aid, or you do need to, like, take out loans. I'm lucky that I didn't have to take out any loans. When I traveled for college, I traveled about 2.5 hours every day, going and coming back. So it wasn't so, like, I was saving a good bit of money, but the trips were absolute dog shit. I ended up getting to the point that I had to, like, set up all my classes for, like, 2 days a week. So I would have, like, 8 to, like, 10 hours worth of classes with, like, a break or two in between. And then it would just be, like, I'd be leaving my house at, like, 8 in the morning. Not even 8 in the morning, earlier sometimes. Like, 7 in the morning just to get to school, just to get back home, like, around midnight. It was rough, but I got through it. I would say that, if anything, like, if you feel like you're the type of person that, like, would be better off, I think it depends on like the person, depending on like what kind of person like you are, or like whether or not you like to do more hands-on stuff. If you don't really care to like work like in corporate fields, etc., or like educational fields, I would say honestly trade schools are also pretty good. I think they're a lot cheaper. They're a lot cheaper, and there are also like scholarships that like just help you like get through that stuff, man. Trade schools are a really good option. Do you think you'll finish? Do you think you'll finish FT one Gooner bait at a time? Probably not. I don't really read stuff outside of the stuff I'm currently looking at. Just to like save up on a bit of time. Damn, that's a lot. 4,800. Everything I had to pay, and I'm on one of the more expensive colleges in Germany. I mean, shit, you guys are doing a lot better than we are then in terms of like. Man, that just $480 just for that. That would have been fantastic. Most is paid up by financial aid. Yeah, financial aid is great for like that stuff. Community college is less expensive, but it can still be pricey. I agree. Education is harder from some of the poor areas. It's really rough, and I feel like it also doesn't help out that. It also doesn't really help out that like a lot of schools. I'm not talking about colleges. I'm talking about like high school, like basically everything from like grades 1 through 12, at least within the context of the United States. It feels like the educational system is also like suffering a lot, not only from like setbacks or like setbacks in terms of like their funding, but also because I don't know, it just feels like kids are dumber now. I was having a conversation with my cousin who was like 17 or 18 at the time, and you know, we were playing like 16 through 18 at the time when we used to play. With the bros and shit, and you know, I was even our other friend of ours who was like 18 at the time. A friend of mine used to work at a school. One of the kids that ended up graduating, we ended up like playing like PlayStation with them, like Fortnite and everything too. And it was like, man, like the kids nowadays. This was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. But like, man, kids today, at least in America, like. It sometimes feels like they're kind of like the educational system is kind of fucking them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you didn't know shit about like World War II. You didn't know stuff about like just the branches of the government. Like, we weren't even like having like big discussions. We were just asking him like shit that like we randomly remember from school, and it was like they just didn't know a lot of this stuff. I don't know. Feels weird. Because they're just as dumb as they've always been, unless they've had bad parents that would rather force an iPad into their faces. That could also help. Like, it's definitely not just the educational system or, like, the generation. I don't feel like it is inherently a case of, like, just this generation is dumber than the last, my generation's dumber than the one before that. If anything, in a lot of cases, there are cases where, like, especially when it comes to, like, technology, people are a lot smarter, especially like the newer generations will like just be able to comprehend a lot of like the technological advancements that will come out as time progresses, since they'll be growing up with it. They'll be able to grow with it, or it'll be a product that's already been decently established by the time that they came out. I mean, yeah, like look at what Six said with the iPads and stuff. You'd have an elderly person struggling to utilize it, but you can find any random fucking 2 or 3 year old perfectly utilizing an iPad. Even if it's in like some child safety mode that allows it to like just be easier to utilize, man. I don't know. That's the thing. You as a parent, it's not just a case of like older generation. It's also a case of like parenting. You as a parent have to be able to like take some level of interest in your child's education. I know a lot of you guys are young, but I say this entirely from like the context of like someone that like has briefly worked in education and also has seen just, you know, real life experience where it's just like, man, even like my sister also works in education. Like she says it all the time. Like the parents don't give a shit. They'll do the kids' homeworks for them. They won't really give a fuck. They expect the kids to like learn everything they're gonna learn in school, but it's like kids learn just as much outside of school as they do inside of school. So I don't know what to say, man. Me and my sister avoided loans for sure. She went to Cal Poly University. Now has a very successful career in coding, website design. That's actually really good. Yeah, anything that works, especially with anything that's either blue collar or that works specifically with coding or AI development, I feel like is always going to be useful, especially since AI is becoming like the new trend in terms of like technological advancements, and just you can't have a robot do what blue collar workers do in general, like pipe fixing, so on and so forth. So it's like, yeah, I feel like there's plenty of like job opportunities out there. It's just a matter of like hunkering down to like one. Student debts are such a bad idea. How does the government profit from young people getting bent over for life? Yeah, that's just how the government is, unfortunately. My cousin's a smart kid. I don't want to make fun of Americans, by the way. You know, the annoying internet European and so, but that's kind of messed up. Yeah, yes or no. I worked as a teacher's assistant for some time, and I saw the opposite, actually. Yeah, it definitely does depend. Have you ever been to a casino? I have been, actually. I usually don't gamble, though, just because I don't like the idea of gaining... the idea of gambling doesn't really jive with me. I would only gamble if I know I have a higher probability chance of winning. And at that point, it's not really gambling, it's winning with extra steps. This is an education issue, it's a parenting issue. Yeah, I think it's an education issue, because I've also seen some of the curriculum, especially when I was talking to my sister about, like, the way that she has to, like, teach some of the kids, because she works at a charter school, the way that she teaches, like, some kids, and charter schools are quite popular. It's not to say that she's a bad teacher in and of itself, but a lot of charter schools specifically, they already have the curriculum set up. The teachers don't develop their own curriculums. They have to use the curriculums that the schools provide, and I was looking at, like, the methods by which she was trying to teach math class to a bunch of, like, 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds. It feels a lot more complicated than just, like, it feels a lot more complicated, at least the methods that they use. I understand, like, some of the uses of the techniques that they use are specific for, like, later development, where, like, it may come across as a bit more difficult for a child early on, but then it's supposed to help them be able to figure out higher level arithmetic in the future. But it's like, bro, kids need to first learn how to, like, multiply, add and subtract, and then multiply. Adding all these extra steps might be theoretically good, but if the kid just isn't understanding it from the start, I just don't agree with it. All right, 6-7. All right, 6-7. Yeah, I mean, sure, the educational system sucks, but it's always sucked. Yeah, I don't know if it's always sucked. I don't know if I can, like, generalize it like that. Yeah, they do. I feel like it's down to bad parenting and lack of self-discovery. Growing up with the internet, I was looking for as much as I could on topics through multiple sources to learn as much as possible. Yeah, but that's also depending on the person. Me, personally, when I was on the internet, I would look up shit for, like, Cartoon Network and, like, fun stuff to, like, see fight. Like, I would watch so many compilations of, like, Family Guy and stuff. It really just is up to the person. Some kids are gonna use that. Some kids are gonna use the technology around them to, like, learn. Other kids are gonna use it to, like, do some fuck shit. It really just depends on the person. What did you do in the education system? I was studying to become a teacher. I actually worked as a teacher's assistant at a school. They set me up with the dean. It was fun. I had some shit happen in the background of my life at the time that kind of just put that on hold for a bit. I didn't get into, like, the next program, so I just started the YouTube stuff from there on out, and I never went back. I could always go back to trying to become a teacher again. I'm sure as hell no, my child won't have open internet access until mid-puberty, so around 15. It's not always about, like, limiting what access they have, but limiting the things that they have access to, right? As long as like, your child isn't being... I feel like as long as your child isn't, like, being exposed to all of the wild stuff that you can potentially find on the internet, as long as you can keep it to, like, a wholesome extent, especially for, like, the later part of their adolescent life, I think that you'll be fine. It kind of goes back to, like, the whole issue of, like, whether or not you're gonna give a kid a phone. You know what I mean? It kind of goes back to this issue of, like, are we going to give our kids, like, phones around the age of 12 or 13? Is it all right to give a kid a phone by the time they're, like, 6, not 6 or 7? Fuck, I said the joke. 6, 7, yeah. It's less of a case of that. I mean, some people do it. I don't agree with it. I don't think I personally would. I think that I'd personally give my kid, like, a flip phone. I tell them, listen, a phone is for emergencies. You need to understand that this is what the primary function of a phone is for. That is a computer in your hand. All you need to do is know that you can call your mother, myself, and if you have friends, you can call them. But access to things like social media and all that stuff, not until you're at least, like, 15, 16. And I only say that because I want my kids to also be able to, like, you know, experience what social media is like. Some people might disagree with this, but I feel like the up and downsides of, like, social media, as long as they're not, like, to show them, like, hey, try not to post, like, every little tidbit, go into this and that, you know, try to tell them that, like, listen, there are certain things you should post, there are certain things you shouldn't post. Don't post yourself, like, in the middle of a fucking hospital room with the little, tag on the side to try and get, like, pity points. Nobody gives a shit. Sure, some people will be like, oh my god, what happened? But, like, that's just attention that people are giving you because, oh, you're seemingly acting like they're injured, stuff like that. Don't do shit like that. Don't just randomly comment weird shit on people's profiles, especially women or guys. If you're gonna look at wild pages, try to keep that behavior in check with the internet. Don't try to like exert any language. Memes are gonna be a thing. I like memes myself, but there's also a certain extent that you should go to, and depending on like what the potential red pill thing is going to be, what the next red pill misogynistic or misandrist or whatever the fuck toxic thing is going to be, the main topic of conversation 15 years from now. I'll just tell them like, hey, listen, this stuff, these people, this stuff, you really shouldn't be following them, and then just have conversation. I think a lot of it, in all honesty, is just like you just being up in front with your child and telling them like, listen, there are good things, there are bad things to this. Just make smart choices. I feel like as a parent, the thing that you should do is just raise your kids to be able to have the critical thinking skills to understand that like there are things that you can do, there are things that you don't, there are things that you simply don't have to do. You don't have to do anything, and you also don't have to follow any trends. You don't have to do things for people to like you. And more importantly, when it comes to social media, how you carry yourself in it and the way that you speak to other people can potentially have some level of a consequence. Just be careful with the way that you sign yourself around and just make smart choices. That's really all you need to teach your kid. Smart choices that don't end up screwing them over in life. School should teach Italian brain rot. Fuck you, Six. Okay, what is Italian brain rot? Aster, can you tell me what Italian brain rot is? Italian brain rot, the book, including tung tung tung, sahur, bombardino, crocodilo, tralalero, tralala. Tung tung tung, sahur, bombardino, crocodilo, tralalero, tralala. Wow. Why the fuck? Why? Who? I'm supposed to be reading Bleach. I'm supposed to be looking at fuck. Why the fuck is there an image of a shark wearing a Nikes? Nikes. What the fuck, man? What the fuck is Italian brain rot? Characterized by absurd images or videos created by generative or artificial intelligence. Typically features hybrid animals with everyday objects. Alright. Chinese brain rot. Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm supposed to write a fucking script. I knew I shouldn't have gotten on today, man. Italian brain rot coloring book. What the fuck, man? What the Tralalero, bombardiro, fruli frula, ananito, cappuccino. Why is he wearing a leaf? Bobrito, cocofanto, il capto, bananita, boneca. Echo cavallo, ecco cavallo o echo cavallo? Glorbo. Alright, let me look up what Chinese fucking brain rot is. I'm so over this, dude. What the fuck? This is better than Bleach. Let the man write. Brain rot Chinese vibes. When you said Chinese brain rot is on a league of its own, maybe I'm just missing something. Child with blade on cat, and that's the brain. Alright. Seeing animal faces on like other bodies is for whatever reason funny. Alright, let me look up what is on a completely different level. Alright, that's definitely gonna get demonetized. I can't play that. What about does this come on a completely different level? What about any of this is on a completely different level? Brain rot is an art at this point with a mass. I don't get it. Different encounter, a robbery, a boxer. Okay. One second. One second, guys. One second, guys. I need to step out. Sorry about the wait, guys. I heard some like rustling in the background. Nah, sorry about the sorry about the noise. I just heard the rustling in the background in my closet again. I think I know what exactly it is. I had to call my mom on my phone, who's like in the kitchen outside my door. I had to call her on the phone so that it's still there. What the fuck is it doing? It's like a little mouse. There's like a fucking mouse inside my room. When the fuck did it get in here? 1 second. Was your home haunted? No. Sorry. I have to bash my balls to see if I can get that thing to scare you away. Is it Bungus? I keep hearing? No, it's not. Alright, you guys are annoying. Fuck. Whatever. Mice just appear anywhere. Yeah, the 1,000-Year Mouse War. Yeah. It heard me talking shit about Bleach. By the way, I'm not playing around. As soon as if I catch that little fucker, I am ending him, bruh. I do not like pests. I do not care for them. Fuck the fact that they're alive. I don't give a shit. I'm not throwing it outside. If I catch the fucker, I'm doing the same thing I did last time and I'm murking it. I don't play around with that shit, bro. Still haven't made my essay, but I did voice a lot of it on Final Clorox stream. Actually, let me check it out, because I don't think I've actually seen any of the comments I've gotten in my last video. Not video, but why my room though? Fuck me, man. Why my room? I gotta listen to that little fucker wake me up every now and then. I'm not gonna be able to sleep. It's been a while since I've been able to keep up with your streams. I was busy for Thanksgiving. It's all fine, Thor. Hope you had a good one. Not community. There we go. Okay. Hitsugaya. Probably my brother's favorite is Renji. Ooh. Okay. I often complain about how Shippuden wasted all the interesting side characters like Lee, Kiba, or Shino, but Bleach made it worse in that regard. It's just less obvious because unlike the first half of Naruto where everyone got a moment to shine, a lot of Bleach characters didn't really get any of these high moments to contrast them with. Another huge issue I had with Bleach was the week-to-week pacing. People who complain about One Piece pacing weren't around when we were reading Bleach. And almost nothing happened each week. I genuinely challenge anyone to read the 1,000-Year Blood War 1 chapter per week and tell me it's not infuriating. Characters also weren't as deep or interesting as people want to pretend that they are. A lot of times characters are introduced as pieces of shit only for Kubo to try to rehabilitate them afterwards. I know Eon complains about Mayuri, and that's definitely a valid example, but from my perspective is just an egregious example. He's introduced as a cold and unfeeling Shinigami who was fine with executing his relative because of the organization wanted to do, but then Kubo tries to make me believe that he was actually very conflicted over the entire thing and supposedly deeply cares about Rukia and the whole thing. Feels like a bad executed retcon to me. They were never any signs of him being conflicted or trying to help her during the Soul Society arc. On the topic of Byakuya, I've heard people say that the Shikai is supposed to show his personality to show you that to others, whereas his Bankai is supposed to show your true self that you don't show to others and anyone else. I have to point out that this being the same thing makes me think that he is as superficial on the inside as he is on the outside, and that's hilarious to me. Bleach has a huge cast of shallow characters with no actual deep character, in my opinion. Kubo is on the record of when he's on a slump, he likes to make new characters, but then he never properly develops all the ones he has already made. I also hate the way the Soul Society is ran. And that the only one who questioned or tried to change the system is Aizen. Change the fucked up system is Aizen, whose only gripe with it was that he had to listen to people weaker than him. And I don't think Kubo has a political understanding to accurately portray factions with other ideologies and the nuance such an undertaking would require. But I don't believe all of the poverty-stricken souls in the Rukongai, which includes modern humans who know of democracy, would be satisfied with the current state of how things are. Why is he operating under the assumption that we've seen everything in God Valley? We don't know why the island collapsed in and of itself, what the devil fruits were. What's up with the lightning bolts? Were people going to get more? It's just the rocks. I mean, sure. I did read that. Let's see, the Nemu stuff. I did read this. Kubo has a way of... Would have been way better off with Mayuri being heartless till the very end, going towards the redemption direction is just weird in many aspects, especially how extreme his behavior towards her in social society without anything that would even remotely make him have go through a drastic change of heart. I think it's not about the issue of being redeemed, it's more of an issue of retconning Mayuri's motivation in order to make him more human. Jesus Christ. Alright, that's right. Alright. It's kind of not tough. It's too tough that it makes her... It's not their skin. Conquerors, hockey. Yeah. I was basically in Van Mate there when I... It is a fan-made term. It is a fan-made term. Made term. Versus Battle Wiki is a fan-made site, not an actual institution. Not an actual institution. Let me rephrase this. That dictates how power scaling is meant I did post my own issues of Bleach. I did check those out. I still haven't made my essay, but I did voice. Yep. You know, you guys don't really have to type up a lot. Just any grievances you might have. They don't have to be very long or anything. Okay, I'm over that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to it. It's not that it's haunted. It's just, is it Bingus I keep hearing about? It's not Bingus. It's not Bingus or Bungus or anything. It's just a fucking little mouse that's probably in my house for the winter because it got cold or whatever. I don't know how it got in. I don't know why it chose to make space in my room, but I'm gonna take this thing out when I get the chance. I'm gonna fucking curb stomp this bitch. He doesn't want anyone to go through the same experience. He's getting the power. Another bit. Okay. Prominent trait. He's in motivation. He doesn't want to experience, and now he has the power to stop it from happening. And now he's got the power to make this simple wish a reality. Like I said, it's serviceable. It's serviceable, and you don't need much more, and you don't need much more motivation. One thing that I do find strange, though, now, oh, wow, this just has a fuck ton of chapters, doesn't it? 18, 19, 20, 21. Isn't the main cat? It's up very well. It's up the main. Jump into the main cats. And it establishes the cons very well, and it establishes. Sets up the main cast. it establishes Soul Society, Hollows, the concept of a Soul Society, Shinigami, and Hollows. Hollows. And it sets up our main protagonist very well. You may come off as a bit of okay. Like I said, it's serviceable, and you don't need much more motivation. The biggest issue overall, this arc comes from its ability to make me feel engaged. Not yet. The main threat regarding this arc are hollows. What are hollows again? Spirits. Fuck. It's definitely first arc is definitely no the main no the first. You're right, Drake. I should just call it like that. The first arc is very reliant on the villain of the week trope. Some hollows. There are like mini arcs. Hollows with certain hollows. Grand Fisher. What are the names of like the other hollows that like who was the killed Ichigo's mother? There are certain mini arcs, but overall they don't really. Overall they don't. Feel prominent villains. I can't say I necessarily have an issue with them. I can't say I have an issue with them, but really, for Hollows, only Grand Fisher is memorable. It looks like your script is lacking in Itachi glazing. Can you do something about this? Right. You're right. I can't say I have an issue with them, but the fact that Kubo didn't introduce Itachi Uchiha for another 653 chapters means that the arc genuinely must get a negative 67 out of 100 out of 10. I do think that because Itachi and his genius, which by comparison makes Aizen look like a drooling nincompoop, and his genius, which by comparison overshadow any of the issues within the context of the story, my overall score for this series is an astonishing 21 out of 10. How's that? I think there was one name with Screecher. Alright. I can't say I have an issue with them. I have an issue with them. In fact, all those for the most. All those for the most just feel like they're getting revenge on humanity. I do incorporates their I like how Kubo rationalizes their attacks for the conceals their attacks from the major public by having Shinigami essentially rewrite humans using, what was it again? Why did Rukia just never use Sode no Shirayuki? I started my Bleach issues before I came to work. I got a lot to say. Go ahead. The novels justify Ginjo's actions because the Soul Society betrayed him. You haven't mentioned the Yadamir or the Totsuka Blade and how they solo. I was planning on answering that like later on when I talk about why Itachi solos the verse. Don't worry. Let me cook. Let me see. I'm just going to download this because I do need to get past this in order to be able to get to... Yeah. Moving on to something a little... Have a good night, Aster. I hope you have a good one, man. Still my powers, I can only have effective demonic spells. I have to rely on this Gi guy. What long? Come to the Ghost Park. About 5 tall, probably. You will attack the child. Yeah, you're gonna help him. But he's a complete stranger. Can't stand here and watch him eat, but before you go, they're going to attack. Even if you save him, he'll just get eaten unless you do your job. But if you just save him, this happens because he's nearby. That's not how it works. Solar Reaper must be fair to all ghosts. Only saving them. You must try to save them all. Duty is no reason to sacrifice yourself. Not for me. I'm not ready to commit to this. I might just run next time and get tactics. I can't promise. I know I owe you a large amount. I'll help you out with the substitute Soul Reaper job. Okay. I mentioned you are a biased Clash Peace fan, and you didn't actually read Bleach. Ah, right. No, you're 100% right. By the way, when did they explain the whole situation with like, sorry, plowed usually come, truck plowed in the middle of the night, and truck maybe, good morning, when you fixing your house at this period? You know, asking one question, son of a Chico Kuchki, Rukia transfer student, I don't have a textbook, disgusting how to spend all night, learning colloquialisms such as, isn't this in your work? Sneak into my classroom. Why don't you go back to the Soul Society? I'd have to be a Soul Reaper to go back to the Soul Society because problem. They ever bother explaining? Oh, fuck it. We're just gonna go this way. Yeah, whatever. Hit the balls with the heads. I told you, what's the point of this exercise? How should I know? It's impossible to tell. All spotted and said, weak point, track, precision. I've been beating them just fine. A hollow bone. Ever with one blow. When did you ever defeat a hollow? Approaching a hollow from behind and killing one with a single blow is the essence of hollow hunting. It's a miracle that you survived fighting them this hard. Hitting them in behind. It's kind of unfair. I can't do that. Fool. Save the code of Bushido for human foes. Hollows are our prey. Fairness. The kind of thinking will get you killed. Yeah. Alright. I don't know why no one ever brings up the real retcon, the clear retcon of Rukia's powers. What's the retcon again? What was the retcon? Let's see. Okay. All hollows were once living people. All hollows were once normal people. That girl, you didn't, monster, you gotta kill them. Monsters are now, you must kill them. That girl is going to die. yeah. Attack human. They don't eat because they're hungry. They eat their souls to ease their pain. Hollows are fallen souls. Souls that have not been admitted to society or left behind. Souls that weren't saved from becoming hollow. These souls lose their heart and become hollows themselves. Then the hollow soul forever strives to fill the emptiness, and it stalks the people it loved the most. You've heard of widows soon fall to their husband's grave. Their husbands ate their soul. So isn't this like a clear fucking... Isn't this kind of weird then? That like, you know, Tatsuki was also attacked by a fucking soul? By a hollow, but she never awakened? She never... Okay, how do Fullbringers work? Yeah. Shut up. Okay. Like a spiritually aware humans, Fullbringers can sense Roku, such as hollows. However, they differ from that each have a parent who survived a hollow attack before they were born. As a result, when was Orihime attacked? As a result, traces of the hollows remain in their parents' body, which are passed on to them into childhood. Very consequentially, are more resemble hollows than even those of Shinigami. Their ability, called Fullbring, enables them to manipulate the souls containing within matter. Everything rudimentary possesses a clear soul. By using their power to pull on the soul, can manipulate the object's movements or even after it's altered its characteristics. For example, Fullbringers could have a beverage assist them in drinking it by pulling on its soul, drawing it towards their mouth. Likewise, when was Orihime ever attacked as a fucking child? Orihime. Okay, history. Mother and brother was raised by a drunken mother and a prostitute mother. Drunken father who always argued, fearing the life. In March that Sora turned 18, he ran away with Orihime, who was 3 years old at the time. For 9 years, Orihime lived in harmony, despite the fact that she was bullied in school because of her unusual hair color. One day, Sora gave Orihime hairpins. However, Orihime refused to wear them because she said they were childless. The day that Sora died, Orihime began wearing the hairpins every single day. After Sora's death, Orihime prayed to him every single day, and after Sora died, Tatsuki Arisawa befriended her, and the amount of days she prayed for him diminished. After entering Karakura High School, she stopped praying for him and instead talked about Ichigo. Before she left, she returned home from school. She wanted to know Sora was happy and not have to worry about her. So... What chapter does Kubo fucking talk about? Wait, real quick. What fuck ass chapter does Kubo explain? Man, I'm really starting to. I'm really getting to that point where I'm not like giving a fuck. When does Kubo explain where the how they like don't have things be destroyed or whatever? I'm sorry, this is not drip. This right here is not drip to me. Guys, is this drip? Guys, is this actual fucking drip? I don't believe it. I thought we would have noticed, but we did. I don't believe it. Just jeans with some colorful shoes and a t-shirt. Oh wait, but the drip is in the band, right? The wristband, or is it in the really? I guess maybe if they were another color. It's just with Rukia, she looks like a frog. Am I the only one who thinks she looks like a frog? Orihime, maybe. No, not really. I don't see this drip. They're so poorly executed. Yeah, there's a lot of poor... That shit is not drip. Yes, he got the glasses, a normal shirt pad, and jeans. That's what I'm saying, man. Okay. At school. Okay. Let's go back. Let me read this real quick. Let me read her powers. Alright. Spiritual awareness has enabled several opponents. Is able to get close to several. High spiritual power. Durability. Shunshinrika. Orihime spirit is harbored within 6. I don't care about any of that. Visored appears. Comments that her hairpins being physical manifestations of her power is very much likely a Zanpakuto over Shinigami resembles a power. So the Hogyoku states that her powers are actually awakened by the Hogyoku. When she cursed her powerlessness in her heart, the Hogyoku answered her prayers. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I don't... fuck me, alright. Okay. That completed videos. Library of Ohara. Bleach. No. Pre-Hueco Mundo. Fullbringer. No. So it has to be the fake Karakura Town arc. It says that Aizen stated it in chapter 401. So now I have to fucking double check this. But the world building is trash. Understands who I am. Whose powers do you think? He controls the boundaries wrong. Don't have to fall because of this. So it's just able to read the hearts around it. Okay, don't you see it? Materialize Kurosaki Ichigo. Kisukira. Don't you see everything that is materialized around it was brought into being by the Hogyoku? Are you saying Kisukira mistook the power of its nature? He thought it was controlled by boundaries between hollows and souls because that was his wish as the Hogyoku's creator. Rukia Kuchi's spiritual power were transferred to Ichigo, causing her to lose her soul reaper powers because she was torturing herself for having killed Kai and Shiba. Yatsutora special powers were awakened deep in their hearts, the curse of their own powerlessness. Okay. So then what the fuck is Orihime? She's not a Fullbringer? Signature skill, base of operation. So is Orihime a Fullbringer or is she not? Is Orihime a Fullbringer? But that's not what... Typically, a Fullbringer's power manifests because the mother was attacked by a hollow while pregnant. Unique origin. Okay, what about Chad? Is Chad a Fullbringer? Let me look up Rukia Kuchiki real quick, because now I have to look up something for Rukia. Dude, I'm starting to get upset. I'm starting to get real upset. Rukia Kuchiki. Yeah, it's just bad writing. Okay. The hollow attempted to attack, but Ukitake blocking it sent Rukia away. Why did... Dude, this is so fucking dumb, man. 1 second. Sure, it turned it up. Dude, this is so stupid, man. I'm like, suppose... Listen, I'm not drinking. Dude, I'm upset. I have to go get a cookie real quick. This shit is just fucking terrible, man. This shit is so stupid. This shit is so dumb. Alright. I have to go get a cookie real quick. I needed to go eat something. Hey, what's up, Thor? Hope you're doing good. I'm sorry, my guy. You don't have the 10,000 IQ to understand the deep philosophical and thematic nuance of Tite Kubo's smelly farts. I suppose. Better have some water. I do. And now I'm out. And now I'm out of water. Unfortunate. I should have gone to get some more water. It's okay. 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 Wait a second. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Rukia was not a seated officer. Rukia was not a seated during her 13th division. The fuck did I read that? 13th Division, on her way, she is shown to be roomed by a fellow Shinigami, told her to treat Lieutenant Kai and Shiba during her time at this. When the scene was gloomy, told her as long as she was in his division, she would stand by her even if he died. They were interrupted by a drunk Kiyon. I don't care about any of that. Admired Kayan's wife. Wanted to be like her someday. Ruki no Kitake went to the lair. Okay, so she was killed by him, and then she offered to go order scouts, but Kayan asked her to face the Hollow alone when his special ability destroyed the Kayan Zanpakuto. Ruki attempted, but was stopped by Ukitake. He told her that Kayan was one of honor, that bullshit, or rather than one for his life. If she were to help, Kayan's life would be saved, but his honor would be forever damaged. After protesting about this, Rukia reluctantly obeyed his order. However, the hollow entering Kayan's body possessed him. 40 years after her adoption, followed Ukitake, blocking, sent away, fought it, afraid to fight it. She obeyed it and came back when she wished to help. Kayan was afraid of cowardice. As she leaped at her, she noted that it was no longer Kayan, unable to bear him. She stabbed Kayan. She thanked Kayan. Kayan died in Rukia's arms. Rukia brought the corpse to the Shiba family estate. She was afraid to apologize for the guilt of her role of killing Kayan's death. Yeah. What happened to the Shiba clan? Due to a combination of events including internal strife, the death of Lieutenant Kayan Shiba, captain of the defection of the Soul Society, while they lost their noble title. Key members like Kukaku and Ganju survived, and the family still exists, currently specializing in fireworks. So just for no fucking reason, right? For unknown reasons, right? The family apparently was the fifth family having prestige along the lines of the Kuchiki Shioing family. For an unknown reason, the Shiba family fell from high position. 40 years after adoption, Kion and Sentaro formed. She was to transfer in order. Rukia still failed. Ukitake told her that she was being assigned. Dake was asked if she was told Byakuya about it, and she stated that he to be bothered with such a minor thing. Ukitake offered to tell him, which Rukia thanked. How long ago did Kai and Shiba die? Okay. I need a bleach timeline. I need bleach timeline of events. I need a bleach timeline. Okay. 1,000 years ago, I just need to hit like 40 years ago. Marries Hisana, 1951. Hisana dies of an illness. Byakuya finds and adopts Rukia and accepted into the Gotei 13. Graduates. Renji Abarai graduates. Sosuke Aizen and accomplices exceed a hollow based on Shinigami souls. Ishin Shiba receives a report. Mysterious circumstances. Ishin encounters and murdered Aizen and intervenes. The events that lead up to and included the war with Aizen took over the course of approximately 6 months. During Ichigo's first year of high school, became a Shinigami in the middle of May on Friday. The events, Ichigo was acting as Rukia's substitute Shinigami. So when the fuck does Rukia kill Kaien Shiba? When the fuck does Rukia kill Kaien Shiba? When does Rukia kill him, right? I guess Aizen planned Chadder and Hime being Foolbringers. I don't know, man. These noble families are very underdeveloped despite the notable caste in the Soul Society. It was like 50 years prior to the story. Are you sure? When did Rukia kill Kaien in the Bleach timeline? But I'm not loving the Shiba, so I want to figure out. It seems like it must have happened between 10 years ago. Rukia was assigned to Karakura Town, an extra chapter 17, and 52 years ago when Rukia was at the Shinorei Tsuji Jutsuin, adopted into the Kuchi. It said that it happened a year after Hana died, which was 50 years. Do you think that Kaien was already dead during the Ishin flashback? Like the timeline, yeah, because so there's a reason why I'm trying to figure this out right now, right? So Rukia loses to a day 1 hollow. Rukia obviously loses to the day 1 hollow. Let's see, Library Bleach, first arc. So Rukia loses to the day 1 hollow. Yeah, you guys already know that. One of my biggest issues with the fucking story, right? But it's apparently stated that, like, not stated, but I guess like at least implied that like Rukia was mentally nerfed during this time. She wasn't capable of succeeding. She wasn't capable of really doing her thing. But that doesn't really explain, but even like mental strength or whatever, that doesn't explain the fact that regardless of her mental strength, she should still be capable of utilizing a Shikai, which she can sort of just activate whenever she wants, especially depending on the issue. I don't think it's ever explained that a mental nerf is paramount to you not being able to activate your Shikai. At least I don't think it is remotely implied within the context of the story. The reason why I want to find this is because I know that people would be like, well, Rukia wanting to lose her powers was a thing of the Hogyoku, at least according to Aizen, but was at least like a product of the Hogyoku according to Aizen. So was like the Hogyoku the thing nerfing her? Like, what the fuck was nerfing Rukia? Because Rukia's spiritual powers were all transferred to Ichigo Kurosaki, causing her to lose her Suriname because she was tortured for killing Kaien Shiba. When the fuck was the... Which means that... Wait, was Rukia just straight up... But that doesn't explain why Rukia was so weak. So, like, the Hogyoku weakened Rukia as well? Or was she just mentally nerfed for, like, the last 50 years? Died between 20, meaning that he was already... Why Ishin went off by himself. The thing holding back Rukia is Kubo's writing. I might throw that into the script. The first arc is related on the weekend of the trip. This is some of the mini arcs. Okay, how do Shinigami... What chapter... Okay. How do Shinigami erase memories? Leech. Alright, I guess it's just nearby. I just wasn't being patient enough. Dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill that fucking mouse. Because the plot, because we sure don't learn about this part of her past for a while, I believe. Okay. But then Aizen, so which is it? Is she mentally nerfed? Because if she's mentally nerfed, then that just means she was mentally nerfed for like the last, I don't know how many fucking decades. And if she wasn't, and if it really was the Hogyoku, then what about the Hogyoku, like, brought this about? Because, at least as far as Aizen goes, it was making him evolve, but, like, it was transforming people, but it doesn't really transform Rukia. To reap hollows is not really to kill them, merely frees them of their sins. The Zanpakuto cleanses them so they can re-enter. That's the reason Soul Reapers exist. Yeah. Okay. The Kyoku Chinkan memory replacement. I erased the memories from her and gave her substitute memories. Conceals major to rewrite him. I do like using a lighter that pops out a springy duck head. Duck head. It's definitely whimsical. I can definitely... That the creative uses of random MacGuffins is uses of random MacGuffins as is one of the more creative aspects of Bleach. One of my... It's one of the more creative aspects of Bleach. Throughout the arc, Ichigo is learning how to use his powers, his newly acquired Shinigami powers. Throughout this, Ichigo is learning how to use this. But more importantly, he's learning about why he should use them. I like the interaction. between Rukia when she goes on to tell him why he needs to help everyone regardless of who it is. Nope, not this one. It's not about helping people out of helping people but because to save an act of self-sacrifice. Ichigo doesn't inherently agree with the act of self-sacrifice. I helped him because I was here, so what are you going to do about it? You sacrificed yourself tonight. Was that your duty as a Soul Reaper? Duty is not a reason to sacrifice. Duty is not a reason for sacrifice, at least not to me. With the idea of self-sacrificing for the sake of duty. Doesn't inherently agree with the idea of self-sacrifice. How do I want to word this? Do about it. What about you? You sacrificed. Was that the duty of a Soul Reaper? Duty. Because the idea of sacrifice. I agree because the idea of. Disagrees with the. Because duty is no. Because duty is no reason for sacrifice. His own reason to sacrifice oneself. Regardless. Camaraderie, yeah. I didn't get that page? What the fuck? So I have to go to chapter 6. I'm not ready to commit to this. I might just run. I can't promise I'll always risk my life for a stranger, but I owe you a large debt, and I'm not a total scumbag. He does it out of he does it at an act of camaraderie and moral obligation. She saved his life. Sacrificed herself for him. even lost her powers as a result. Lost her powers as a... which he now possesses. I like this interaction. Okay, because the plot, Hogoku and Rukia was when Urahara gave her the Gigai body. I'm pretty sure we got some cop-out answer, but I forgot what it was. The Hogyoku is really just a MacGuffin. Anything that doesn't make sense or happen because of that stupid granting thingy. Did you see the latest One Piece episode? It's visually stunning. I haven't seen it yet. I have to get my boy to sit down and watch it with me. Isn't it right? That just looks like... okay. Okay. One thing I can't say I care for a lot, though, are Ichigo's friends. It's a moment... establish Ichigo Rukia. It does offer moments that make me want to care about Ichigo and Rukia as characters. It's moments like this that make me want to care. About Ichigo, care about both Ichigo and Rukia as characters. Both have justifiable reasons as to why they help others, be it a sense of duty or a sense of duty or a traumatizing experience, and whether or not they agree are saving lives, or I guess in this case the dead, regardless, or I guess in this case the dead okay. Yeah, the Gigai stuff was recent, so she didn't have the Hogyoku. Okay, so then Kisuke Urahara gets the Gigai, puts her in the Gigai, does the thing. It still doesn't fix a big issue that I have. It still doesn't fix a major issue. Doesn't fix a major issue with the narrative, and that's Rukia losing to this Day 1 Hollow in the first place. To this Hollow in the first place. This... It still doesn't fix a major. You see, as a power scaler, I read through these stories not just for the sake of understanding the narrative and lore, the power system, but to understand the power system, the characters' capabilities as combatants, their strength, and the overall consistency. And the overall consistency of the story's scaling. Though I'm not going to be going into though I'm not going to go too in-depth into the scaling of the series, I do have things. That'll be a video for another time. I do think that the inconsistencies I see in regards to... I do think that the consistencies I see in regards to... is one of the biggest issues I have with the writing as a whole. You see, Rukia doesn't one-shot this hollow. It's not something many viewers would... It's not something that many viewers would immediately pick up on, or some would simply brush off, as it's not a massive... as some would say, as to some, since to some it's not a massive plot point. To some, it may not... It may not... It's not a mess... It's not a relatively important to think about. But it does make the story feel comparatively, but it does make the story feel inconsistent. You see, let me see. As a power skill, okay, yeah. Obviously, feel inconsistent. Let's go back to that first chapter again. I need to see something again. Wait. Okay, let's close this up. I don't need that, but what I do need is... You know what? Let's just go here. Point. You should be able to... Okay, so this is one of the things that I'm talking about. Okay, so when Rukia fights what's-his-face... Okay, so she... Ichigo grabs a bat, tries to swing at it, and Rukia cuts off its arm. Okay. So she goes for the arm. Sure, it's to save Ichigo's sister. Told you, hit the balls. Okay. The hollow's head has to be one good whack and it'll split open like a melon. This training will help you crack with precision. Why do I gotta do? When did you even defeat the hollow with one blow? Approaching a hollow from behind, some kind of thing. Bushido code. Yep. Okay. So what are you guys talking about? By the way, a small bit of information. Joy Boy's voice is done by the first VA that did Luffy's voice in the One Piece OVA. She is back as Joy Boy. Man, that's going to be a good marketing call. That's pretty cool. Also, the Orange Ichigo's friend's powers changed 4 times. First time was Ichigo's passive Reiatsu did it. Then it was the whole Gyoku. Then it was the full bring. And now it's full bring. Have Soul King pieces in them. I don't know. Can't help. I'm going to take this. Let me throw this down here. Paste without formatting. Anytime you guys have anything you want to add about points like this, Vizards were turned 100 years ago, somewhere between 100 years till present day. The thing about it is Kubo's writing. Okay. Rukia lost to D1 Hollow because she was still grieving about Kains. You don't understand the deep thematic. Can't help but compare Ichigo and Yusuke from Spirit Guns. At least Yusuke's reason staying in his role as a spirit detective was out of sense of fulfillment in his life than just protecting others. No, Josh, she was in her Shinigami form. The Gigai stuff just started to happen because it was trying to turn her human, especially with her losing her powers. Since Bleach bashing got clogged, I pinned all the criticisms I could find. I appreciate it, Six. Thank you so much. You feeling any better, by the way? I know it's like within the same day, so probably not, but it's still something I'd like to ask. But does it make the story? But it does make the story feel more inconsistent. Rukia makes a big deal. About attacking hollows in their head. Attacking the heads of hollows. The heads of hollows in one fell swoop in order in order to purify them of their sins, their bodies start to disintegrate. Disintegrate. 6, by the way, quick question. So, man, Chad could stop with that. Cool. 6, by the way, so what, so I've already got like the first 7 chapters out of the way. I don't know how much of these I'm gonna download right now. It'll probably be up until like, it'll be until like I finish reading. Hey, what's up, Lapis? Whichever of these you get, just to keep an idea, because like that way you don't have to get like chapters 1 through 7. Like whatever number I get to, you can just get everything between that and like 67. Fuck. 6-7, yeah. Was driving home from my parents' house back to my apartment. Nice. How's the drive back? How have you been, Lapis? How was your weekend though? Man, who would have told you that out of the 7 people here, 3 of them quite literally do not matter whatsoever within the entire context of the story? When I met you in the summer, took my heartbeat south. Alright. We fell in love as the leaves turn brown. Alright, let's keep doing this. When holidays aren't taking souls, they hide between the world of the living and the social society. We can't locate it until it shows up to the real world to attack. Yeah. It's not too bad. Somehow South Carolina had newly paved roads. I-26 is infamous for feeling like shit while driving. Really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hopefully it wasn't a bumpy ride for you, all things considered, but I don't know. Just happy you're here, man. We're downloading some like the early chapters of Bleach. I'm already like another 2 pages in. This is gonna be a long script. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it in by the time I'm done. So I'll probably just take my time with it, and I'll probably just upload it as I can. I also have to just get off my bullshit and just like make the TikTok account and just start uploading this stuff. I'll probably do that after I turn off stream today. I'll set up. I do have everything already on the PC, so I can just do it like that. It looks cute with those. You can. I don't know why. I can barely tell it's Rukia though. Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Not gonna lie, Okubo's art style reminds me of early Kishimoto's art style. Kind of. I could see the similarities to an extent. I could definitely see that. I'll be real with you though. Tatsuga had a whole plot of her having high spiritual energy, and yet they never done anything with it. She's such a wasted character. I was thinking about this earlier today, and I was thinking to myself, like, hear me out about this, right? You think maybe the reason for it was that, like, Kubo just didn't really consider any really broken or overpowered abilities when he was, like, first writing through Bleach? He wasn't really thinking about, like, giving characters the most insane powers out there or, like, the most insane hacks. So when you think about it, it's like Ichigo uses a sword. Chad has a big arm that, like, deals, like, a large burst of energy. What could Tatsuki really get, right? Especially by, like, the time of Hueco Mundo. Because the early Bankais and, like, Shikais that they show, they're really not all that impressive. As a matter of fact, when you really consider it, I feel like it's a matter of the time period that Kubo was writing this stuff out, because when you think about it, right, just hear me out on this. When you think about it, it's like, okay, what are some of the verse Bankais that we see? Senbon Sakura Kagayoshi. That Bankai doesn't do anything special. It is countless little petals that all reflect in the shape of cherry blossom leaves, and it doesn't have any big hacks. It doesn't have any big attack. It's just either it's either a flurry of fucking flowers, some blades that Byakuya just attacks you with, or he makes a big shiny blade and then he attacks you with that. Like, it's literally just it. I'm not hearing any bullshit ass arguments about them not just being spiritual blades. Then you have somebody like Renji, right? What's his whole thing? It's a giant shitty bone snake thing. Cool. What's Ikaku Madarame's Bankai? One of the first Bankais that we see. It's giant blade. It's giant weapons. What about Komamura? One of the other first Bankais that we see. It's what? Just giant stand. Like, I guess you could maybe make the argument of like Tozen having like an interesting hacks based Bankai, but even then it was kind of simple. It just avoids you of all your senses. It's fine. Yeah, they are very simple, which makes me feel like it was a case of this is gonna sound fucked, but I feel like this is more so a case of, and we could be together, baby. Those lines are blue. Dun, 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 dun. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. Yeah, that song's so good. But anyway, it kind of feels like Kubo probably should have just made a completely separate. I feel like Kubo should have kept the powers simple and just made a completely separate series where he could like really gush about all of like the broken abilities. But the deep characterization of each Zanpakuto, Eon, yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe he wanted Shikai to have a limitation at first. It's not even about like the Shikai themselves. It's about the Bankai. Just think about it. Just think about it for a second, right? Same for Ichigo's sisters. And Skyrim had her own Reiatsu before Ichigo had his. Yeah. She actually awakened it sooner. But she can't awaken like the same powers as Ichigo, cause when you think about it, we think about it when you think about it, like guys, when you think about it, Ichigo was the firstborn son, which means the hollow only goes to him and it doesn't go to anyone else. That's why. That's why. That's the exact literally the exact reason why. All right, and you're all biased if you don't think so. Yeah, Soul Reaper powers are boring as fuck. It really, you know what? I'm gonna make up that point. Actually, I'm gonna talk about that point. I'm not gonna lie. Eon Hinata should have brought a gold pump to the tuning exams. Was absolutely full piecing and 200 pumping motherfuckers as her. I'm glad you were enjoying yourself with the Hinata, man. I'm with the character. I'm glad you're enjoying it. How's Fortnite now, by the way? How has it been? I haven't played it in a while. Any interesting weapons that they've added? Is the meta feeling fun? Is it feeling creative? Well, what's it like now? Oh god. Oh no. Meta's very fun? Lovely. Ichigo should have just stick to his standard slash, considering its success is wounding and downing. Yeah. Sad because the bus driver got killed in lore. Who's the bus driver? New Fortnite is pretty fun. The UI changes kind of suck, though. They added an AR that has 0 recoil. That's funny as fuck. That's unfortunate. I guess you could just beam people now, I suppose. I don't play Fortnite right now, but I had a crazy season end and a sort of calmed down period. Okay. I'm playing a game like League of Legends with Bleach collab. Ichigo's ult is the mask, and I can't control him anymore. It's so funny. Really? I was being told like by a couple friends of mine. I went to play some Magic the Gathering yesterday. I went like an hour and like a half away because all my friends live away from me. Well, those guys at least. I'm gonna be real. I got so we ended up. Why? I guess it's fine because he's a chick or something. I don't know. I guess it's like one of those things where, like, well, for starters, we ended up buying a bunch of proxies, right? We ended up buying a bunch of proxies. I think I got like a whole deck for like 36 bucks. A friend of mine essentially had like a guy that he knows, or at least like a website or whatever, that was like gonna like give him a special deal. The more people ended up getting some cards, they he ended up offering like, yo, who wants to like join in? And I'm like, how much is it gonna be? It was like 35, 36 bucks. I'm like, all right, sure. I don't mind. And I ended up getting a whole deck for like my Shadow the Hedgehog commander. I got the Shadow the Hedgehog MTG. I'm a big Sonic fan, and I ended up buying this card from the Secret Layers. It's literally Shadow the Hedgehog and Magic the Gathering. It's like the one real card in the entire deck. I guess there's another card because I had to throw in an extra swamp, like a card or two in there. But yeah, the whole point is that like this deck was pretty fun to build. I ended up winning like a couple of games last night. It was pretty fun. Made a proxy deck, but for like $3. Yeah, honestly, that's one of the things I like about Magic the Gathering. Who's your main in Bird Game 3 main? Bird Game 3? The Blue Jay? Wait, no. What the fuck is Bird Game 3? Holy shit. Is that a fucking dodo? I'm crying. I would be a dodo main in a heartbeat, bruh. I would be a fucking dodo main in a goddamn heartbeat. Are you kidding me? I ain't playing around with this shit. Fuck's what you're talking about? Yo, oh, that's an albatross. The shoe bill. Jesus Christ. It's like the biggest it's like the biggest bird. Not flightless bird, but just the biggest like flying bird. I'd probably also be a hummingbird main. You're an albatross main? I'd be a hummingbird main. By the way, NG had his Bankai sections to shirt against the fight. That Prima guy, Kubo, Mr. Forgot. Ah! The Prima guy. Prima. They aren't really broken weapons. The Deadeye AR is a console player's dream. Ugh. Let me grab my phone again. Okay. It's also funny to me because, like, Ichigo's friends, like, the one that has, like, the most, I would say probably the most combat experience even beyond him, didn't get any fucking powers. The Deadeye AR is the AR 6 was talking about. Yeah, I gathered that. Ew, a hummingbird main. Hummingbird is so no skill. Really? I don't know, man. I'm looking up the game for the first time. My apologies. Damn. Skill issue for you, I suppose, then? Shit. I feel like when people say, like, oh, something is no skill, and I say this a lot myself, but, like, you know, obviously also trying to be a bit self-aware, it's like, I feel like at least when I say no skill, it's because, like, it doesn't take no skill to use it, but the people that are, like, playing the game at the top also utilize it, so it just creates this, like, really stupid fucking scenario of, like, it makes, like, the world's dumbest scenario of you have to... It makes, like, the dumbest scenario of, like, it's no skill, there's no real player expression, you just do, like, the things that you need to do and that's it, but at the same time, it's like, the character's good, like, what am I supposed to do? Be upset that I'm playing towards the meta that I want to win? It's like, it's one of those things that you sometimes just have to, like, realize, like, either you play with pride and you go against, like, the meta and you try to do the best you can, or if you're straight up just trying to win and you're trying to be the best, you just use whatever the fuck gets good at the game, because, hey, it tries to get you to that point. It's one of the things that I had to, like, really just learn to understand about a series like Yu-Gi-Oh! About a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! That, like, it genuinely doesn't matter. If you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially if you're trying to play it towards, like, the meta and stuff like that, just use the degenerate shit. You can't blame the players for using the degenerate shit. You have to blame Konami for not banning all the floodgates and all the dog shit, terrible ass cards that exist that make the game unfun to play. I will say I do think Cone is cute, especially like this version of him, where he looks a little. You like Eon would hate pigeon mains. Why would I hate pigeon mains? What about me would hate pigeon mains? No matter how much they nerfed or buffed, it would be balanced. Really? Dodo got removed a couple of weeks ago. The game is fucking terrible. I'm not playing it. 0 out of 10 game. Why the fuck would you remove the Dodo? Under what fucking context could you have a game called The Burn Game and end up not doing anything fucking with, like, what kind of dog shit fucking choices are that for the developers? You shouldn't take away choices from players. You should allow them to do whatever the fuck they want within the game's parameters, I suppose. I like meta where every deck has every tool needed. It's not just rock, so it's just rock, paper, scissors again. I don't know if I'm okay with rock, paper, scissors metas, because it also just means that, like, this deck beats this deck, this deck beats this deck, but loses. Deck A beats deck B, but loses to deck C. Deck B beats deck C, but loses to deck A. I don't like that shit, man. Because it's like, it really just becomes like a bit of like a coin toss on like who you're playing against. Like, am I playing against somebody who's playing the same archetype style? No? Yes? Like, what are we doing here? Nah, one deck has all ABC. I guess. Look up pigeon main clips. Alright, give me 1 second. Is this one? That's 9, so then it's this. Shouldn't Rukia have recognized Ichigo's dad? Since he was... I guess she was never in a meeting. I guess she never made... Isn't that game AI? I don't know, man. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. I got you right now. We're already here on YouTube. Board game tree. Pigeon. We're going to use the pigeon. Oh, I would be a penguin main. I would be a penguin main. Pigeon. I might as well be a pigeon main, right? Pigeon. Eon. Yeah.
They're guarding the nest hard.
Pigeon inbound, boys. Get him out of here.
Dodge. What?
Loop, 1 down.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
And 2.
Out you go.
No
way,
Triple
bro.
Scoop, thank
Yo,
you
that was
kindly.
nasty.
Pigeon is busted,
Nah, y'all
man.
just got rolled by a...
They're...
Is this game actually fucking AI? This game is fucking AI, dude.
Hey fellas, and welcome back to With a Y. Let underground title likely be just start the game, bro. Xbox. What was those things? But part of make two. You look at the wide breadth.
And they're just spamming peck. It's literally the lowest.
And asked if they wanted to play, and we did, and it was really fun. I just can't do that because it's a made-up fucking game. Unk got exposed for play to win in Bird Game 3.
Yo, bro, I heard that you're pay to win in Bird Game 3. Yes, bro, yes, I'm pay to win in Bird Game 3. What about it? I fucking bought Shoe Bill, right? I'm playing Bird Game 3, and I'm running into these dumbass fucking pigeon mains, and they're just spamming peck. It's literally the lowest fucking skill fucking bird in the entire game.
Okay, like, what do you expect a bird to fucking do other than spam peck? Like, the only person you could, like, actually get mad at for spamming peck
They spam
is
peck?
somebody's
That's
maining
unfortunate.
Ostrich and they, like, don't use the body parts of theirs that actually are stronger than the rest of the goddamn bird animal kingdom. Like, yeah,
Albatross
goddamn
1v4.
bird.
You guys, what kind of new brain rot? Okay, bro, speaking AI, did you see the Banana Fish anime? AI English. Oh, yes. Yes, I did see about that. First of all, let me check that bullshit out. Shoe Bill. No, you said Albatross. Albatross 1v4. I hate owls. Oh.
Covering, nice thing.
He's down.
Deliver, there we go.
Victory.
Wait, what's that sound?
Uh-oh.
Wow. What's the video? What's the video for Albatross? Bird Game 3 Albatross 1v4. I need like the title for it, dude. Is it this one?
Who is the best bird in Bird Game 3? Some say it's Pigeon because he gets spam pack. While others argue it's Shoebill because he clutched a 1v4. Who do you think is the best bird in Bird Game 3? Who is the best bird in Bird Game 3?
Banana fish. AI dub. Let's check this out.
He's crowding around me. I've got to make some space to move. Get out of my way! After him! Don't let him get away!
It sounds so muffled, man. Yeah, I gathered it as an AI brain rot joke. I gathered that as soon as I saw the first fucking video. It's not much worse than entitled English voice actors. Bro, this game is AI. I just saw the hummingbird with Smite UI. Yeah, no, this right here, I don't know who or what possessed somebody at fucking Amazon, of all places. It's Amazon, right? Who the fuck? Okay, real talk. Who the fuck thought this would be a good idea? Who actually sat here and said, you know what we need? What did you attach me with? Oh, you did click me. Who the fuck sat here and said, you know what we need in our city? You know what we need to, like, get this series that some people have probably been waiting years for to come out? You know what we need to get them? AI voice direction, because AI is the way of the future. Like, listen, I get it. Like, all right, listen. I get it, right? Some people like AI, some people don't, right? I'm not against AI entirely. Like, I don't see it as like a terrible fucking thing. And oh, I'm sorry for like some artists. Like, oh man, it's not to sound like tone deaf or anything. I do feel bad for people, especially when they get their art stolen and shit like that. And I do understand like the context that like it's not actually art. It's not. I completely agree with the fact that it's not technically or really art because it has no soul with it. All you did was stick in a prompt, all that stuff. I get all that, and I honestly do agree with people, especially like in the senses where like AI is just sort of used as an easy means to like, you know, get free work done, get sort of free work done that all you have to do is really train up so that you don't have to like pay an actual person to do something. But come on, man, it hasn't evolved to the point where you can just integrate it to something like, let's say, an anime and make it sound good enough, especially in consideration where you can have just hired voice actors. Doesn't Amazon have a whole fucking studio? Maybe not a studio, but doesn't Amazon like have a bunch of different like series and IPs and stuff like that that they can just like promote on their platform? Why the fuck, if you have all of that money, not to mention it's one of the most profitable companies in the entire planet, probably the most, why the fuck can't they just spend less than an iota, less than a fraction of the money they make yearly to simply pay what? 10, 15, 20 voice actors to do the damn job? It's fucking greed. No, it's like you said, Dankless, it's fucking greed. Crunchyroll is planning on using and has used some shows AI subtitles in their horrible anime. Should have stayed niche and miss fan subs. It's annoying. A company wanting to cut corners despite the negative AI stuff is with most. I mean, that's the thing. Like, listen, I don't inherently hate AI, right? I actually made a few AI images from like ChatGPT and shit like that to send to a couple friends of mine. Specifically stuff like one of them eating a can of beans. I thought that shit was so fucking funny. But like, come on, dude. I don't know. Does anyone even have Crunchyroll anymore? They've committed multiple federal crimes and made many bad changes. I technically have it on my PlayStation. I technically have my friend's account. I can technically use it whenever I want, but I'd rather just have more options right here. There's no way this fuck-ass show has 4 seasons. Anyway. I'm upset, dude. I don't know. I'm just upset. I'm just upset by that. Like, when I saw this, I thought to myself, listen, I'm not going to sit here and be one of those people that if you talk about AI, or like if I see a picture on AI in an art group, or maybe not even in an art group. Well, even if it was in an art group, I wouldn't give two shits. Or seeing some page I follow on IG make some image. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. I personally just don't give a shit. I'm not. Some people can now make shit by just typing in prompts. Okay, I get that. I feel bad for like the artists that do end up losing out on their money, and you know, it's terrible and shit. But like, what am I supposed to tell you, man? Like, I got no control over this shit. It exists. It's fine, but I don't think it should be used for stuff like this, man. Why the? You can't. Who the fuck sat there and thought this sounded good? It sounds muffled. It sounds muffled. It sounds like I'm hearing gunshots from the 1950s. Like I heard. Actually, no. It would be actually be wrong of me to say that. I've heard better fucking sound effects from the Looney Tunes. I've heard I've heard a more realistic gunshot from Elmer Fudd's fucking rifle, dude. What the fuck? I immediately look down on those who glaze AI. I don't glaze it. That's the thing. I don't glaze it personally. I just don't have an inherent issue with it. Like, a friend of mine, for example, they like to like generate an image to throw in the background for their poetry, right? They make the poetry, they write the stuff on their own, but they like to just throw up a moving image background on their thing. I think that's fine, right? There are people that say, oh, AI art is real art. That shit's not real art, bro. It has no soul. I remember one time I was actually on, was it IG? Was it Facebook? I don't remember if it was Reddit or IG. I don't remember. I was hearing some people talk about this shit back in like 2020, 2021. I was on a trip with my family, and I remember being like in a hotel room, and I was like looking through like images and stuff like that, right? And somebody was bringing up like AI art, this and that, yada yada yada, and they're going into like this whole big thing about like how it's the future, how like they don't understand why people are like attacking all AI artists or whatever. And I'm like, bro, you really shouldn't be calling yourself an artist. Like, if you want to call yourself a generator, I guess that would be fine. And an AI prompter, I think, would be fine. But you shouldn't call yourself you shouldn't call yourself a fucking artist, dude. Then they were going off of like this whole tangent or like this whole like crazy thing about like, well, you know, like it's just a tool that people have been using. People have been using years for now. Look at like what people can do now with like Canvas, like with Canva. I think that's the app called Canva, or was it Procreate? The app that like iPhone tablets, that like Apple tablets or like just like regular tablets in general can do, where like you pay money and like, you know, you can just like draw from that. He was going on some rant how like 50 years ago painters would probably say that like people who use Apple pens and shit like that aren't real artists because they're not actually using a paintbrush and they're not actually using all this stuff. Like they're not figuring out how to make like the lines smooth like they can whenever like they're filling out like the pencil line work. They make all they were trying to make like all these comparisons and stuff like that, but I'm like, bro, listen, I can maybe understand like the theory behind the argument, you know, like, okay, if somebody who was an artist 60, 50, 40 years ago, they saw, I don't know, somebody drawing on an iPad and they see like, oh, I can change the lengths and the curvature, and I can make all my lines look neat and presentable. You don't have to like constantly erase, redraw. I can get where like they might feel some type of way about that, but the person is still putting their skill to work. They're still making all those lines and all those things with their hands, and they're still using color theory. They're still just, even if it's just fucking doodling, bro, they're still doing something with their own hands. All you really did is just type in a prompt. That's my issue with it. It's like, AI's been a thing for decades. It isn't new at all. AI is so bad that it would take over 50 years to get it to do what they actually want to do. It takes jobs and replaces it with slop. People who survive because they sell their services to people. That I can agree is a fucking inherent issue, right? The issue is corporations think AI can shortcut work and cut down the human workforce to save money, despite how untested AI is. It can create only a copy and mimic that exists. And that's another thing, right? Like AI prompts and images, they're not perfect. You'll still consistently find issues with it, and you have to like, I feel like you have to be so precise with it. I still feel like there are so many images, especially like, listen, on the Discord, I remember I posted once like, man, I love AI. I think I'm starting to really love AI. And it was about like a video about like Naruto or like Luffy. It was a video of like Naruto saying like, Luffy, please, it was like, Luffy, please let my fodder ass verse go. Please just forgive me and my fodder ass verse. I found that shit hilarious. It did sound like a muffled version of Naruto, but just like the juxtaposition of Naruto just lying in front of Luffy, just all bloodied up and just like begging Luffy for just walk away, just saying fodder ass verse really took me out. That I thought was fucking hilarious, right? But That's the thing, right? It's like at the end of the day, it's just a joke past that, right? Like there are people out here that are legitimately taking away opportunities from others that, you know, like whether it's like you making up images prompted for others, commission-based work or stuff like that. Like some people do live off of that stuff. And I feel like that whole AI shit does take away their capabilities to like, you know, live off of the stuff that they want to do. I don't know, man. I do know that like even as someone who doesn't inherently hate it, I have no real qualms with it. I do feel like, you know, I was kind of happy, I wasn't kind of, I was happy to find out when YouTube put out the new policy stating that that works made entirely out of AI, like all those videos that you see now and then, where they essentially throw an AI voice saying a bunch of things and people raking money, they just completely demonetized all those channels. That shit made me happy personally. Because at the end of the day, you know, like, I do understand to an extent, though. I'm not saying it to sound like tone deaf either. Like, I do understand to an extent because as someone who does use tools to essentially, you know, put video work together, it is fucked. I'm not saying that, like, you know, they're taking my personal money away at the end of the day because, you know, I don't know how many content channels out there are doing power scaling videos entirely derived of AI, but it does still affect other people. It is content that people are still not going to make, and it's all just about quantity. It's never about quality. AI especially hasn't just reached the point. I'm not going to sit here and say that like it'll never reach the point where it can mimic human quality. I don't know. I can't really speak on that because technology has evolved quite a ways, but just in general though, like at least as of now, like 2025, it doesn't reach human quality, and I don't think it can or it will for a long time. If AI game has 10 times the content for the same price, of course people will go for the better deal. Yeah, but that's just inherent human greed. So glad I built my PC. I don't have issues with AI unless it's being used unethically, but I believe there's no reason for AI images to exist. There's only negatives that come with them, no positives. I could see that. I don't know if there's like no positives that can come from it, but I do have a tough time like drawing any positives that could come from it. I just don't know if I'm okay with saying like no positives as a whole. I don't know though. The issue is corporations, yeah, shortcut to work. AI causing RAM to go up in price is damn near triple the prices right now. That's the only good change YouTube has made in years. AI verification was terrible. I had to put a bunch of Gooner content in my feed to avoid getting flagged. What the fuck? Traditional tailor probably crash out same as artists when the sewing machine came out. That's crazy. I mean, in Japan, they have fully automated places and AI areas, and they have no issues. It seems like the rest of the world are happy about a new shiny toy. It's been around for like 50 years. It's kind of insulting how the Cinder Bro types think AI will create the rest of their movies, and man, some of the tests still they made look terrible. It's so soulless. But that's the issue, right? It's like you're expecting it to do all these other things. I do believe in it as a tool. I do genuinely believe that AI can be used. Oh, the Snyder. Okay, the Snyder bros. Snyder bro types. Okay. I do believe that it can be used as a tool, you know, like if you're trying to get like specific like in between frames to come out neatly and stuff like that to maybe cut off some of the workload, you know, like you're having like some wild animation going around and you want to use like just a little bit of AI to like just fill in some like the in between frames to make it feel as fluid as possible. Probably like a frame or two, you know, just adding in that extra bit. I think that's completely fine. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. No, the stream didn't freeze. I had to. Yeah, I was talking. I got a phone call. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. All right. I'm kind of over the AI talk though. Lately, he's been just reposting a bunch of behind-the-scenes photos from his movies, but black and white and in Polaroid form. So his fans are acting like his movies are returning, despite the actor saying no. Oh, okay. I don't think that AI should replace the artist, but if you do want art with AI, nothing wrong with that. It shouldn't replace artists. My only thing is that like if it could work consistently as more so in the form of a tool that doesn't, if it could work, wait, let me delete that. If it could work as a form of assistance without inherently damaging. Están muy lindos. Están sumamente lindos. Mi amor. Entra. Mensajes. Mensajes. Ah, fuck, I hate typing in Spanish. Mensajes. Por WhatsApp. Me tienes que llamar o hablar. Me tienes que hablar. Me tienes que. Pero cuando quieras. My little cousin constantly hits me up. She sent me some My Hero Academia kittens. She really likes My Hero Academia now. She hits me up sometimes, but I don't. Alright, I'm over it. I'm over the AI talk. Okay. The Snyder Bros are so raving they be happy for Saudi Arabia to buy Warner Brothers, thinking the current DC movie line will be shut down, and they're both back. They're insane. No, Eon loves Spanish. It will open up the doors to Spanish anime memes. I mean, I'm always down to listen to some Spanish memes. Granted, I'm not really into. I don't really know like any like specific like Hispanic or Latino humor, so it have to be something relatively close. Why am I being called a dumbass? Is that to me or is that to? You can hit Logan's period also versus common assumption. Clears the list. Yes, he destroys both. No soul. Dude, people get really upsetty about this shit, man. It's literally the same, even though attacked with the same TSO, their soul wasn't erased. Obito never intended it to happen. The user can choose what they want, and the orbs aren't automatic either. Stupid idiots like you that other guys are accused in the negative, and they're fucking clown. Because hockey is also spirit energy, meaning you can hit him. LML too fast. 100 characters out of TL. Stop this shit. How fast is Naruto? Is Naruto within the context of the story? How fast is Naruto within the context of a story? Because it's not quantifiable. Quantifiable, and neither are his or the amps to their transformations to his transformations. They only reach light speed using his strongest form at the time. KCM. Sorry, I'm replying to a comment. The only time KCM. Light speed using strongest form at the time. Light speed. at the start of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, which lasted 1 day after Naruto arrived. There is no way you can argue Naruto is somehow faster than any One Piece character, especially in the latter half of post time skip. If Luffy was reacting to the speed of light 3 arcs before the end of pre-time skip. As for Haki, it is not spiritual energy. That is objectively untrue. The manga specifically states it allows the user to sense the spiritual energy of others, but it is never directly stated to be spiritual in nature. Chakra is also not just spiritual energy, it is the mixture of both spiritual and physical energy. There is absolutely no reason why any chakra-based jutsu should bypass Logia intangibility. If you genuinely believe that he had light speed reaction time by Land of Waves, then you clearly do not know how to scale, or you are being extremely biased with a poor argument, because every single other data book statement is contradicted by the simple fact that Naruto is that logic. Light speed. How can Naruto be light speed in the Land of Waves, and yet Madara's Light Fang Jutsu is also stated to be light speed? You don't know how to... I'm not going to say you don't know how to scale. That's mean. That's mean. That's very mean. That is very mean if I say that. I don't want to say that. But it definitely comes across as an argument from somebody that does not know how to scale. I don't want to say that. Have you perhaps, mayhapsly, possibly, maybe played... Actually, I did. I did. Do you want to see? I'm not going to be able... Seeing how long it's taking me to write the script... Let me see. Speaking of Spanish, when your mom came in and you were upset at Bleach during the read-through, you explained to her in Spanish why you were mad was funny as... Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been every single night after I've done all those streams, I was chatting with my mom and I was telling her about like the shit that I just didn't care about, and she would just like sit there and nod at me, and I'm just ranting in front of her. She must really think I was on the spectrum for this shit. To be fair, I might be. I don't know. But when I finished Bleach, she was like, "Yo, don't tell me anything about it." She was like, "Don't say anything. Don't tell me anything." Like, I don't care. I'm like, all right. But let me just tell you this one thing. Have you considered selling your soul and make a toxic power scaling community while having us fans sick out against your detractors? I would rather that not be the case, although it'd be a pretty funny bit for, like, April Fools. I think it'd be a pretty funny bit for April Fools. It's not reading it. Did I connect the wrong... No, it's the right cable. That's weird. 1 second. Okay, so it does capture it. Okay. Let me disconnect and reconnect. Okay. Why doesn't it want to turn on now? Is it because I'm streaming? That shouldn't be an issue. Ah, that's annoying. That's so weird. Oh, it's focusing on this, but if I... That's so weird. Ah, why... I don't understand why it's not working. I haven't moved around any of the cables. I just disconnected when I'm not using it and reconnecting it when I'm... Yeah, what the fuck? We're getting power scalers. If you don't have a server, ADHD, or autism, you for some reason can't power scale. Type shit, type shit. I don't get why I can't get this to pop up. What the fuck? Why does it say no connection? Did I change up any of my settings at some point? Do I have like the HDCP thing on real quick? 1 second, guys. System, HDMI, enable HDCP. If you turn the setting off, some games or apps can't be used. Let me turn that off. That's so weird. What could be causing that? I don't know what's causing this. I don't know why it won't work. Well, guys, I can't tell you what it is because I don't know what's wrong. I can't show you. Sorry. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's going wrong, and I don't know... Like everyone who can power scale and debate have one of the two or even both. It's still focusing on that. Is it just consistently sticking? Yeah, no, I don't know what it is, guys. I really don't know. Maybe if I close all of this. I don't know what's wrong. I really don't. What the fuck? I can see my... I can switch the HDMI and see just fine, but I don't know what exactly is wrong here. This is fine. That's so unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Give me 1 second, actually. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me try something real quick. What if I end stream? It shouldn't matter if I end stream. Let me end stream. 1v1 me in the bird game. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how to fix this. Maybe if I like reset my computer. One, two, three. No, I have to get more work done anyway. Alright, whatever. Fuck it. I can't show you 6. Sorry about that. I'll figure out what the issue is later on my own time. I wish I could. I wish I could, but everything's plugged in, everything's connected right, everything shit. I genuinely just don't understand what's going on. Is this thing overheated maybe? No, it's not hot. It doesn't feel hot. Can we switch me back? There we go. Okay. Whatever. I'm over it. I don't care about this right now. Okay. Hollows disintegrate as soon as, like, their heads are destroyed, right? Hollows bleach. Hollow. A race of mass various, which devour but can cross the human world. Hollow has removed his mask, referred to as an Arankar. Former pluses, who Shinigami. The majority of living tendencies, appearance, destruction. Hollows are killed by splitting the mask in two. But most wounds, which would be fatal for a human, will effectively dispatch them. When this is done, the Shinigami is Zanpakuto. The Hollow is not truly killed. The spirit is simply purified. In the sins, it allows the spirit... This allows a human soul society in case of the Hollow commitment to the greatest. Hell Arc dragged when the Hollow is killed by Quincy is destroyed, soul and all, which potentially disastrous. Yeah. You can send it to me later. Probably it's good. I'll try to. I don't know how the fuck I'm actually supposed to send it to you. I can maybe make it into like a mini video. I'll send you some screenshots. But I did start up. I did start up the Fuck. I actually kind of want to show you now. Fuck me, man. I did want to show it to you actually. The character. What am I talking about? What the fuck am I talking about? 1 second. Okay. I got the party up. I started to fly around. I took on a couple of bosses actually. I think I took on like the chromatic. I took on the okay, 6. Do you know that you know like that Nevron, the one that has like the sword? No, just look it up. Nevron's Expedition 33. Let me just look up Nevron's real quick. Which one? Gestrals, Chroma, yeah, stuff. I don't care. Do you know the Nevrons that have like a sword going, a sword facing down? It's like a broad sword facing down with like a black nucleus nebula in the middle, and it has like 2 halves. Each one does like light attack, and then the other one does like dark attacks. Do you know the ones I'm talking about? Fuck does it take so long to... Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck? An aberration. No. Oh, this one. An aberration. I fought a chromatic... Yeah, you mean the Clair Obscur? No, I mean the chromatic aberration. I'm talking about the chromatic aberration. This one right here. There's a chromatic aberration that was on top of one of the islands in the first part of the continent where you start off the game at. It's like an island in the sky all the way up above. I immediately went to fight that fucker, and I think I spent over an hour and a half fighting it. Just trying to take the thing out. I beat it. I parried. Yeah, I parried like 140 something, 150 something moves. I did like, what was it? I had to like solo run it with Lune, and then I was able to finish it off with Verso by performing, by just basically just learning the timing to all of its attacks. I went hard that time. I've been like taking out a couple of stuff. You know the snake in the sky as well. I want to fight that thing so badly, but I still feel like I'm under leveled. Do you have painted power equipped? Of course I do. It's the first thing I fucking did. I went around and just started killing random enemies. Just started one-shotting them with like a fully power with like a solo build character just to wipe out as many enemies as possible. Try to fill up my Pictos again. I think I have like Verso and Lune specifically at like over 120 or 140 Lumina, because I figured like I can basically solo most of the bosses or of the game within just that alone. With just like them alone, I can solo most of the game. I think I then went to I went to go fight the Crow boss. I took out the Crow boss as well. And I forgot who else I've been taking on. I tried to take on the snake, but I just don't have a build. I just don't have the build for the snake yet. That like absorbs all of your. There's like a snake enemy that absorbs all of your AP at this before you start your turn. I'm still learning like a build for that. If you want to fight the snake, level up. It's a higher level boss, and it's one of the hardest bosses in the game. It took me most tries out of any boss to beat. I think I can. I know. Listen, it bleeds. That fucker bleeds. All right, I can take it out. I just need to find a build. I just need to find like a build, or like a skill build specifically that like destroys all of its shields. I know that Mael's really good at doing that, but I might end up just going with the like Lune for this. I might just like keep leveling up, because currently I think I have my characters around like the 60s. I think I have Lune close to like level 70. I can take the thing out. I know I can. I just have to like hunker the fuck down and do it. I think Roxy Zebka is gonna run the 5 Elder Gauntlet and Egghead. Rox Zebek is gonna run the 5 Elder Gauntlet on Egghead. In the terms of the story, or in terms of if you make a build specifically for it, it's pretty easy though. I'm just stubborn. Oh, I'm stubborn as fuck too, but that's the thing. I had to like leave and come back. I hate leaving and coming back for bosses. The timing on it is pretty easy for all of its attacks. I can figure them out pretty relatively. It's just another sprong. It's just a bigger sprong, or at least like a relatively more difficult sprong, which is like a little bit more fuck timing on the attacks. But it shouldn't be too hard in terms of a power scaling matchup. No, I don't think he can win. I don't know how Rox D. Zebek per se inherently like damages them, because I know that he's supposed to have like the hockey necessary to like deal like the necessary damage to like put them down, but there's just not enough for me to currently believe. I'll put it like this: there's currently not enough for me to currently believe that Rox D. Zebek could take on all 5 elders back to back to back. I just don't see it. Even if it takes him a while to like heal up, relatively speaking, to like the damage that he can deal with like that special hockey or whatever it is, I just don't see him doing it. Yeah, the attacks aren't the issue. It's the shields, AP, stealing, and the self-explosion. The self-explosion is not an issue. You just have to learn the parry timing out for it. I figured it out after like 2 uses. I think my issue is just the shields portion, because if I use Lune, the thing is that like if I use Lune, it doesn't leave me enough AP to do the elemental trick plus elemental genesis to take on all of its shields. It just doesn't give me enough AP to do that. And then if I do it with like Mael, I think for Mael I might have to just straight up go for like a flame build, for like a burn build, and just hope that I can like burn it down little by little, because she breaks up all of its shields apart. So it's just a case of like with Mael, I could probably use payback. I could probably use like a combination of like sparks, break shields to like, I could use sparks to set up the burn, break shields, and then I can probably use like perfect break or something to like, or payback to like break all of its shields up. The dragon in the sky is a nightmare, bro. Zeros your MP. You cannot parry easy. No, I think the parrying is honestly kind of easy, cause the head smashes are in and of themselves easy. The tail swipes is super easy, and it just adds like an extra ticker for what it's gonna do. It's relatively well telegraphed, and the beams, you just have to wait until they're fully absorbed before you do stuff. It's not I feel like, just use any low shield breaking attack. It's just Mael. I don't think I have anybody else with like shield breaking stuff besides Monako, and I haven't leveled up Monako at all. The Monako is not an issue for like Monako specifically. I don't like using him because it's like he just does not tank hits. Monako just does not tank hits, and I just don't like that about the character. I don't know what it is. It's like every time I try to use the fucker, it's like he just gets one shot by everything, man. I don't know. That might just be me not building up Monako properly. I could always like just reset and then like give him a weapon that like focuses more on like health and defense, but even then he just doesn't scale. My Monako does not have good tanking, dude. He has like 300, 800 defense. Like I didn't have any weapons at the time that would like scale to his defense. He's not good for tanking. He might get like decent HP. He has great agility, but he doesn't have good at anything else. I just don't see it. I'm gonna be real with you. I really just don't see it. And maybe I'm just missing like the specific ability that like will let me break through my opponent, but I don't know. I don't enjoy using Monako or CL. I just don't enjoy using them. My three go-to characters are either I only like using Monako for like a side character. Like when I'm using like three-way builds just to like get extra stuff in if I need like some status effects and stuff. But I just specifically use Lune Verso, and if I want to, I'll throw in Mael if I'm trying to run like 3 characters. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not. I completely do believe that like it is also because I'm just not using the characters properly. When I was sitting around using like CL earlier, because my lady friend, she likes CL a lot, and she says that she's like great for breaking. And I've been noticing that like CL can also be like built towards either using Twilight, specifically Sun builds, or specifically Moon builds. And then you can also have her be a support, but it's like, I don't know, it's just something about her build that just doesn't jive with me. It feels like it takes forever to like use Fortel, and even having Cheater on, it feels like it just takes forever to like set up with her. With CL, it's just Elemental Trick, Elemental Genesis, I just burn through my opponent's life like that. I've gone through so many enemies recently. I went through a boss recently called Chroma Creation. I think I fought Chroma Creation recently. I beat every enemy in there. It was telling me that it was like, it was telling me that it was a danger area, and I don't know if I beat Chroma Creation or if I had to run away from it. Actually, let me look up and see what the, I only asked if you equipped Painted Power, because I don't know if it existed until the no, it doesn't exist until latter half. You don't get it beforehand. You just do not get it beforehand. Chromatic Creation, Expedition 33. What do you get out of it? Let's see. Let me see. Chromatic Creation. Doesn't have any weaknesses. Chromatic applies inverted, which inverted isn't actually all that bad. Double burden Pictos, that's fine. What do I... Oh! No, wait, I did beat it! I did beat Chroma Creation. I did beat it on my own. I beat it around, like, level 60. It wasn't that hard. It was just learning, like, the timings for it. The thing is that, like, with me, I'm like U6, where I'm really stubborn, but the thing with me is that, like, I will continuously and actively fight something and bash my head against the wall until... Yeah, that's the last area you should go to. I beat it. No, I think I beat it, because if the only thing that like it gives me was the... Actually, yes, no, I did beat it. I remember now specifically because when I fought against the thing, I was super disappointed by the fact that like the only thing it gave me was the perfect catalyst. Kaido was coming to Marineford where he says he was going to help him. What do you think of the outcome of Kaido? I mean, if Kaido goes in... I don't think he was going to go in to help Whitebeard. I don't know why he would do that. I think he just wanted to go in for war's sakes. But... I'm talking about the area specifically. Oh, the area wasn't that bad. The area wasn't that bad, in all honesty. Once I had like Lune set up properly, I burned through like everything. I remember that I actually went through it entirely with just the 3 Chroma elixirs to like heal myself up. After that, it was pretty okay. Yeah. Besides that, like, the area itself wasn't too bad. I think I just been fighting around, like, bosses everywhere and just picking up extra stuff that I've been missing. I went back to Frozen Heart. I fought the chromatic curse weaver motherfucker that, like, lowers your health every time. I beat a bunch of shit, dude. I'll let you find out what's at the end of it. I'll let you find out what's at the end of it. What is at the end of it? You can tell me straight up, because I looked around the entire fucking area. I got a couple of chromatic stuff. Let me know, like, what the rewards are within the location, because I basically trekked every little tidbit of area. I killed every creature. I did all the stuff. You finished every area? Not yet. I haven't finished every area. I'm just fucking around. There's still some enemies that are still too tough for me to beat, even solo. So I'm just messing around. I don't care about Tatsuki. She's ass. Blood type has known Ichigo since they were 4 years old. Like short car, whatever. I'll keep it because I might actually end up talking about Tatsuki and Nishin. I might use these like stills. Did you find the expedition log about the chattish guys who nearly reached the end through just being macho? I haven't. I haven't found it yet. I'm still messing around. Okay, this is a cone chapter. I don't think it even remotely matters. Okay. Their bodies start to disintegrate as soon as their heads are completely split open, as soon as their masks are completely split open, which makes me wonder why Rukia opted to go for the arm. Obviously, Ichigo's sister's being held. Obviously, to go for the arm instead. Obviously, the excuse here is that it was probably crushing Ichigo's sister and could have crushed her and could have caused more injuries, a more severe injury, if its grip tightened. But that's not really my issue. It's not really my issue. Probably explains the character choice. Probably explains the decision. My real issue with this scenario is that Rukia loses to this hollow for no apparent reason. Yes. As I've been reading through the story, I kept this moment in the back of my mind while reading through the following arcs. I wanted to see if there was any proper explanation as to why Rukia couldn't one-shot this hollow. So I want to see if there was any reason, any proper explanation as to why Rukia. You see, later in the arc, we are introduced to Menos Grande. To a Menos Grande. These massive hollows. How many changes in strength? Did you smash CL? I did smash CL. Yo, me and my lady Friday, we were just gushing about this shit, bro. We were like, yeah, we couldn't believe it. It was like when she said, when somebody you clearly can't tell when somebody's trying to seduce you. Like, my friend and I, she and I were constantly thinking to ourselves like, yo, there's some tension here between Verso and Lune, and not Lune, and CL. We actually felt a bit more tension between like Gustav and Lune at the time, like early in the series. But then when like we got to Verso and we got to like CL and him, it was like there's clearly something here, right? Like we were just, but you know what? Part of me was also thinking like, yo, there's nothing that's gonna happen, right? Like this series is probably gonna keep things fine. I don't really have to think about it too much, yada yada yada. And then yo, when I got the fucking scene where like I could just go into and gush about like when like you get to just like see them quote unquote spend time away from the others, bruh. It made it more brutal the moment where like CL was like, yo, I would give you up in a heartbeat for my husband. I'm like, yo. Shit is crazy. I love the writing in that game, man. I love the writing in that fucking game. If you need any tips on how to beat bosses, I got you. I've beaten every boss in the game, including Chromatics, besides the hardest one. I'll be fine, Six. I like figuring this stuff out on my own, and if I ever have any issues, I just look up online like the most broken builds. But I don't. At this point, I really haven't like thought about it too much. Just past the point of like, looking like how to get like insane damage with Lune, and then from there I kind of figured out the rest on my own. Once I understood like the theory behind like really powering up characters within Clair Obscura, I kind of just started making builds on my own. What's your favorite arc in Bleach, One Piece, and Naruto? I don't really have a favorite arc in Bleach. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've thought about it. I really have. I don't think I do. Yeah, it has some of the best writing. I do agree. I don't know. I don't know what my favorite arc in Bleach is. I don't like the series. There's like nothing in the series that like really makes me jump out. I could say Hueco Mundo, but then that's the last time I ever get to see Chad ever do anything relevant to the story. Rukia beating what's his fuck was just bullshit. It felt, I don't get the point of, like, really introducing me to Nell or the other guys when they basically have no importance to the story. They just have some bit of plot relevance to Aizen and, I guess, Noitora, but she's not even the one to defeat him, and it's not like Ichigo defeats her for her sake. Just Kenpachi just randomly shows up and takes down Noitora for them. She shows up at the end. Pesci and Don Don Chaka just... They again just don't do anything really relevant. I guess maybe like they help out Uryu during like one of his fights, I guess, but not really. He kind of just, I think if I remember right, he just overpowers what's her face. It's just like characters that exist in the story but don't actually do anything. My favorite arc in Naruto is the Pain arc, I think. I really like the Pain arc. I would say 4th grade Shinobi War, but it's fine. There were portions of Naruto that I did like. There were portions that I don't care for. I also really like the Search for Tsunade arc. I think that arc is fine. My favorite arc in One Piece currently is Elbaf. I fucking love Elbaf and Egghead. I love those arcs. Let me see if you'll be saying the same thing when you fight Simon. I'll be fine, man. I think I'll be fine fighting Simon. And if I don't, I'll just learn all the parry timings. Kaido versus Egghead Sanji, they don't make it. Egghead Sanji and Zoro do not make it past Kaido. They 100% never make it past Kaido. Zoro is out here probably, even if Zoro like with fully mastered, well not fully mastered, but even Zoro with like mastered, or at least with like usable advanced Conqueror's Haki, I think it'll just be the same scenario with Luffy where like you would have to somehow believe that Zoro's Conqueror's Haki, as unrefined as it is, since it's literally stated that he's constantly oozing the stuff, you'd have to somehow alternatively believe that like Zoro's advanced Conqueror's Haki is not only more potent but also more refined than Luffy. My build for Lei isn't that good. I just spam Lightning Dance and Elemental Genesis. I get all my damage from Mael. I was wondering for a while now, and obviously with the plot twist later it makes sense, why Mael just, after a certain point, she feels like she just doesn't stack up to everybody else. And it's because, and I thought about it from like a game design perspective. So with Mael, it's actually quite interesting, right? Gustav does not feel good to play with. He feels good to play with at the start, but he starts to feel like very weak, like entering like the midway to like the latter half of the first act. Then you have Mael, who's like very powerful from the get-go, and she's dealing like the most consistent high damage, single target damage out of all the characters. She's basically the first character you should realistically be able to get to do 9,999 damage. Just because she has like that high single target hit, especially when you do like the mark stuff. But once you get to the point in the game where like, especially in Act 2 onward, where like everything opens up a lot more, Mael, she's still dealing high damage, but once you get to the point where you can get like Lune or Verso to deal more, especially with like their specific AP skills that deal more hits per attack, even if it's, you know, like lower damage as a whole, you can technically get higher than. Mael has always been the best character. She's not I don't think she's all that good closer to the point of the end of Act 2. Hear me out. With a character like Lune, with like Elemental Genesis, or someone like Verso with the extreme light 5-hit attack, I always forget what it's called, Endbringer or whatever the fuck it's called, or it's like Perfect Light or whatever the fuck it's called. With them, you can start to deal 9,999 damage, and it's per hit. Or you can deal at least over like 2,000 damage per each of their attacks, right? So hear me out. If you have 5 hits with Verso and each of them are doing at least 2,000 attack, that's already past 9,999 damage, right? Even if it's multiple hits, right? So that's already a higher damage threshold than Mael is capable of doing, because most of her attacks don't really deal multiple hits. They deal single hit target damage, which is very high, right? You can technically do the burn damage stuff, but you can't really build towards like a fully overpowered burn thing until like the very end of like, or until like the latter half of Act 2, which is fine, but it's not. But again, you're basically going for like long-term damage instead of like personal damage, right? So with Mael, every time I use her, it kind of felt bad in the sense that like I can deal 9,999 damage with her, but it just doesn't really matter long term. Because I could just deal 8 times that damage, or at least 5 times that damage with Verso or Lune separately. Again, I don't use CL or Monaco, so I can't tell you on them. But once you get Act 3 and you break the damage limit cap, oh no, Mael just deals the strongest single target damage. Like she can just deal upwards of like 100,000, 500,000, just 200, like crazy. If you set up for Mael perfectly, she deals so much true. Yeah, at the end of round 2, as a matter of fact, 6, I want you to try something out, right? Just try this out. Hear me out. Let me cook. Give Lune energizing turn, so she gets an extra AP at the start of every turn. Energizing parry, cheater, and all the critical, and give her those 3, and then give her everything that's last stand. Give her all the last stand stuff. The reason why I say this is because once you go into a battle with Lune, oh, and also equip Elemental Trick. The reason why you do this is because the first thing you always do, and First Strike. Always give First Strike. The reason why is because as soon as you start up the game, no matter what happens, you will always go first, and you'll always get 2 turns back to back. If you do Elemental Trick first, because you have last stand critical, you get guaranteed 100% critical hit rates on all of your elements, and you get full stains for each of them, right? So you land 4 elemental hits, 1 of each element with Elemental Trick. You get all full stains back to back to back, and then on your next turn, you immediately have more than enough AP. Based on how the AP scale goes, you have just enough AP, about 4 or 5, in order to use Elemental Genesis, and it all deals 9,999 damage per hit. And once you break the damage cap, it's like 200,000 damage per hit. It's fucking insane. That plus Inverted Affinity and a couple of other damage stacks, and Lune does the most damage in this 2 turns out of any character besides potentially Mael. I still have to work towards Mael because I haven't spent too many Lumina on her after getting these builds for her and Versa. With Versa, you just have the basic attack build, which is just pretty fucking broken. You think if you dropped Mayuri in One Piece, he'd be better scientist than Vegapunk or Caesar? That's a very weird question because, in my opinion, I'm not saying that Mayuri isn't smarter, that he couldn't figure this stuff out, but it's a completely different science than the one that he's been accustomed to working with. I feel like people, when they try to compare, like, someone like Mayuri as, like, a scientist that tries to, like, you know, build stuff, he's working from a completely different field, something that, like, is very specific to the world of Bleach as a whole, but not innately to something like, One Piece or Naruto. Well, in Naruto's case, I feel like Mayuri would be able to figure it out very well, but like in terms of like One Piece, I don't know. It feels like Mayuri hasn't been able to develop an energy source at least as powerful, in my opinion, as something like the Mother Flame. But the thing is that, like, even then, it's not really a matter of, like, well, Vegapunk created the Mother Flame. It's like, Mayuri was able to create life the same way that Vegapunk could, but Vegapunk could create more life that's seemingly more perfect than his is, besides, obviously, York. I feel like it took, because remember, Mayuri Kurotsuchi spent, like, unironically, at least 100 years. He spent at least 100 years before, or at least at some point within those 100 years, he became captain, right? And it took him a while to develop a what do you call them? A Ginkai? A Ginkogan? Whatever the fuck they're called. A Gigai that was a special Gigai that could have its own free will and that could grow up on its own, right? Meanwhile, here's Vegapunk splitting all of his memories, in all his entire personality into 4 different beings and just making them on their own, and each of them have their own free will as well. I don't know. Like, if Nemu's supposed to be his masterpiece, I don't know what I would call Vegapunk's masterpiece, but he technically did replicate 6 versions of himself that all sort of were kind of like Gigais, except, you know, on their own. I don't know. Are you using Stendhal and Gomage? I haven't used them yet, and that's I don't know what either of those are. Even without Mark, Roulette, and other damage buff, it's bare minimum millions of damage for Stendhal and tens of millions for Gomage. I haven't used it yet. That's a bit of a spoiler though, but granted, you weren't the one who spoiled it for me. I saw it off of a short, also for like a short saying, try Gomage with Mael. Once I saw that, I was like, bro, don't tell me she can do that too. That was so hurtful, man. Not you're fine, but it was like, damn. I hated the fact that I found out through a spoiler that Mael can use Gomage. I haven't awakened them yet. I have to go back to camp. I have to probably go back to camp and just start to unlock them for the others. I do like that with Mael though. There's a bit of customization with her build because you can also build towards a gradient build. I do like that. Okay. One second. I may be alone on this take, but compared to Luffy and Naruto, Ichigo's moveset is boring. Oh no, you're not alone on that. I think most people here would agree with you. I'd say Vegapunk and Punk Records, which is essentially meant to be global internet hub. Yeah, I would say Punk Records makes a lot of sense. I could agree with that. I could 100% agree with that. But that's the thing though, right? It's like, can you really compare the 2 scientists in that regard? Because, like, it's not to say that I care, like, which one is smarter, like, which one will be, like, the better scientist. Because, like, they both work off of sciences that are completely foreign to each other. That's not to say that, like, Mayuri Kurotsuchi can't figure out real-world science, or that, like, real-world science is any more difficult to comprehend than Soul Society science. But it's like, they kind of understand how to work off of their own stuff on their own. And it feels like, when it comes to spirit particles, it's a lot easier to manipulate what they can do than just regular matter. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a bit weird. Inventing the curse mark is underrated. I could see why. I could see why you say that. Though, granted, it is just the science off of creating something that already kind of existed, just sort of grafting it into other people, which is why I'm not as impressed by it. Do you personally think that if One Piece is coming to the West, hadn't been for 4Kids dub, it would introduce the US, it would have had a lot more fans back then than now, unlike Naruto? It's not so much. You know what's funny? I don't really know if it would have changed much because you're still comparing like a rubber pirate kid to like ninjas and soul reapers, right? Like, I think about this from like my own perspective as a child. What do you think is cooler, right? Like pirates, ninjas, like completely remove the concept of all three series on their own and just think about it from yourselves. Think about it in and of itself, right? For you as a child, right? Especially in the era where like let's talk about like the 2000s for a second, right? Let's talk about like 2000s fashion / culture. Within the context of like the 2000s, right? I would say that like a lot of it's kind of 2000s. I would say was like very colorful time for its inception. I can't really speak on the fashion because I'm not a fashion guy, but I would say that like at least conceptually speaking, it was also around the time where like in the 2000s you had like this idea of like edgy stuff, or like people would like paint their hair. They would have like the emo stuff. They would have like these like hair strands and highlights. They would wear like band t-shirts and all this stuff, right? People wanting to be cool back then kind of went into like all of these different avenues, right? Me as a kid, I never really went into any of those avenues, but I will say that like when you asked me what was cooler between the concept of a pirate, because again, if you think about just like what a pirate is, if you think about like just what a pirate is, you think of this stuff. If you think about what a ninja is, you think about like this stuff, not ninja the guy, but ninja the concept. You think about like, when you think about pirates, you think of like Ark, Yokoko, plundering booty, pirate ships, all that crazy stuff. When you think about ninjas, you think about throwing stars, precision, moving along the shadows, having a katana. And then when you have like Shinigami, you have like these eldritch entities, these larger than life creatures based on the soul and all these things. Yeah, I don't think One Piece was gonna come in from that perspective. I think that like at least me from the context, knowing like stuff like the Power Rangers Ninja Storms, like once part mentioned, or like the TMNT. I was a big fan of TMNT back in the day. Even Fast Forward, literally TMNT Fast Forward. There are these series that really make you think like, man, ninjas are cool. Man, ninjas are fucking sick. Man, the Shinigami Soul Reapers, I never even heard of that concept, but the Grim Reaper, that shit's pretty fucking sick. It's all about death and skeletons and cool sights. And then like back in the 2000s, you really only had like Pirates of the Caribbean, which were great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not really that big of a fan of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I'm not the biggest fan. But like Pirates of the Caribbeans were probably like the one thing that you could say was like really fucking cool. In terms of like pop culture, you really only had like the Pirates from Peter Pan. You really only had like Captain Hook and these kind of pirates, and you also had like the Sweet Pirates KND. But then you also had like the Candy Pirates from KND, which were just like big men wearing with like candy stuck to their beards, and they weren't really anything that special. They were just guys with missing teeth, right? It's like, I don't know. I think that like a lot of cultural reasons, people back then would have probably said like, yeah, nah. If I had to go for like something, I'd probably go. I'd probably go with like ninjas or soul reapers or like cool flying aliens over pirates. Like, yeah, Naruto characters don't look or act like ninja all the time, but come on now. Come on. Anbu, Black Ops, Naruto. Like, but come on now, like, you're telling me you didn't see something like this in Naruto and you were like, oh, this is one of the coolest fucking things ever. They're literally wearing military grade vests with their awesome black fits, with katanas in their backs, and all these cool masks. Like, come on now. Come on. Like, yeah. I'm gonna be real, I don't blame you on the pirates, because in general terms, they sound silly when in actuality they were pretty gruesome and dark, but ninjas, ghosts sound more appealing. Yeah, it's just from the concept of like a kid. Like, just think about it from like the kid. We're more story focused earlier and they were still good, but One Piece fights have gotten a lot better. They have gotten a lot better and they've gotten more action packed, but like, even then, like early on, like, you know, when you have a guy pointing like a little like blunderbuss versus a ninja throwing ninja stars and creating jutsu from the hands themselves versus Luffy who... Luffy stretches himself and Buggy splits himself. It's like, I mean, come on. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying, like, try to understand that from like kids back in the day. As a kid, you're going for the shit that just looks cooler and makes you think it's more adult. I remember thinking about like, okay, let's talk about like, Helmeppo Helmeppo, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Helmeppo. What was it called? Spring Hammer. Let's talk about like the Helmeppo Spring Hammer for a second. Whether or not the whole Spring Hammer thing was an actual gun or not, nobody gives a shit, right? Like it might be a little bit less, but like even if it was Helmeppo gun, right? Even if we switched it to like the whole like gun situation, even if we switched to like a gun, what's cooler? Helmeppo pointing a gun at Kobe's head and saying, "I'm gonna blast his brains out," or, and hear me out on this, Naruto holding Sasuke Haku. Or Naruto literally saying, "I'm going to kill you," after having a rabid look on his face with red fucking eyes. Like, what would you genuinely look for as a kid? Like, again, remove your biases, remove any of that shit. First time, both of these series pop up back to back. You see the first episode of Naruto, you see the first episode of One Piece on your TV as a kid in the 2000s. What would you be more interested in? A guy pointing a gun towards a kid's face in this art style, or this crazy-ass dynamic standpoint of two kids bloodied out, one of them with needles on his back shooting out? Like, by the way, don't, I don't know about them looking gay as fuck, but, like, I'm just saying. If I didn't see One Piece first, I would have been the biggest Naruto fan. I was a huge fan of ninjas growing up. One Piece is inherently cartoony, so of course it wouldn't catch on to an edgy Western audience. Yeah. Do people actually think that One Piece fights are bad? I loved practically every one. Honestly, I don't think Naruto fights are that much better. Choreography-wise, a lot of people would disagree just from the perspective of like seeing actual martial arts versus Luffy spam punches. It's more appealing. I can at least say that much. It's more appealing for like the average audience. I can't, again, not speaking for my own personal thing, but I can understand for like the average audience why it would be more appealing. You know what I mean? Are creative. They are creative. They're saying on Simulator, but that's a thing that happens more or less like later on. Where like with One Piece, you see the creativity throughout all the fights. Where Naruto, as you later on, it kind of just becomes a Rasengan Simulator, though. It kind of just becomes a case because like Naruto just so happens to have like the very specific toolkit that allows him to do something like that. You know what I mean? It's not again. It's not a matter of it being like the Rasengan Simulator. It's more so like Kishimoto really just gave Naruto a bunch of jutsu that don't necessarily require that many or if any at all hand signs. If I see whatever weapon used for the Mother Flame Fragment as a source of energy is strong enough to destroy either multiple times as it caused a worldwide earthquake and tsunami and wiped out an island. The Ambu. Such a bunch of edgy and useless types. The Akatsuki robes got people creaming their jeans in the 2000s. I agree. I feel like Law would 100% sell with early 2000s audience. I agree. Or walk the plank, steal and plunder the booty. Are ye seeing Davy Jones' locker? Yeah, that's how you can summarize it. You're right. I 100% agree. I would be more interested in One Piece, but that's just my personal preference. More often than not, kids would enjoy Naruto. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I can, again, 100% understand, like, where a kid would come in, but, like, maybe, and even as a kid, I could say it too. I was someone who, yeah, I was more into Naruto just because of the edginess, just because I thought it was cool. I remember, like, seeing Goku and GT, Goku transforming, Goku Great Ape Transformation GT. Like, I remember, like, this moment where, like, Goku was, like, transforming into a great ape and shit like that, where, like, his body was bulking up and everything, and, like, his eyes were turning red, and then he just started to, like, become, like, a bigger and bigger monkey. Like, shit like that is what, like, made a lot of kids back then, you know, just lose their shit, you know what I mean? It's like, oh man, the character's angry, oh, they're going to transform, oh, we're about to see real crazy stuff happen here, but, like, I don't know, man. It's fine. Exorcist series are most used in genre and shonen. You'd have to give me something like that. By the way, Suz, were you able to open up the chat? Would you rather live in One Piece or Naruto? That's a... damn. What era of each series? I'll let you ask it like this other way. What era? What specific era of each story? Because if we're talking like One Piece after Luffy destroys the Grand Line, I would probably pick like One Piece end of series. I'd probably pick it. Okay, lovely. And sorry again about making you wait for so long. I just didn't check. First episode Naruto? Fuck, dude. So you're telling me I might have to live through Pain Arc. Fuck, man. That's a toughie. That's a toughie. The GT transformations do go hard, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'm not the biggest fan of it at this point, just because, like, yeah, when I found out it was canon, I, like, just stopped giving a shit. I know I shouldn't. I know I don't have to, but I don't know. Killing demons from hell, being overused concept can apply to more than that. Yeah, I can see that. What if you live in some random village in the middle of nowhere instead of a shinobi village? Still, that'd be kind of boring, because, I mean, like, at that point, what am I really doing, right? What am I really doing with myself? Am I a farmer? I don't have, like, any internet. I don't have anything like that. I'm kind of just twiddling my thumbs around, being a normal civilian, doing menial labor day to day, helping improve my community. I don't know, man. Sounds boring as fuck. I can't goon to anybody out there besides my wife. In One Piece, you have to worry about Emu blowing up your island. In Naruto, you gotta worry about aliens sucking out your life force, yeah? What other jutsu did Naruto use in a fight but Shadow Close and Rasengan spam? Summoning jutsu? He uses summoning jutsu, so you're wrong on that? Because with the summoning jutsu, you have to use a lot of hand signs, and he uses it a lot of times, so yeah, that's why. Alright. You see, later in the arc, we're introduced to a Menos Grande. These massive hollows. Oh, Jesus Christ. One, two, three, four. Okay, these massive hollows are the Menos. What chapter do they fucking show up, dude? Chapter 48 of the manga. Sure. That's a Menos. It's a Menos? He's huge. Would you live in the world of Attack on Titan for a year for $1 billion? At what era? At what point in time? For a year. So that gives me time to not have to deal with Aaron's bullshit. Okay. I assume you imagined before, like, the events of the series. I could probably last it. I could probably last for a year. 365 days of living on nothing but, like, bread and water. I could probably do it. I just need to find a house, and I just need to make sure I don't live in Fort Maria or whatever the fuck it's called. I could probably do that. I don't know when I guess. Start of the series? Do I spawn in the area where, like, the Titans started to attack, or can I, like, go somewhere else? Because if I start off in any other location, I can probably last a year. I could definitely last a year. They didn't take them down until, like, way later. Having a sword in his chest, yeah. In One Piece, you gotta worry about pirates, monthly high taxes, corrupt officials, and emu schemes. So essentially the real world type shit. Has Gear 5 surpassed Super Saiyan as a transformation in terms of impact and iconic it is? Probably not, but that's mostly just nostalgia talking. Probably not. But I do think it will get there eventually. Where would you think is harder the world to live in for the worst enemies to fight World's End? Warcraft or Warhammer Fantasy? I've heard some fuck shit about the Warhammer Fantasy. I heard, like, everybody there's just a bad guy. They're all just sort of fighting for, like, control. So probably not that one. At least in World of Warcraft, there are probably areas where, like, are pretty chill. Even if these are also, like, world-ending, temporal-ending threats. So, Tozen actually used to keep some Menos as pets? No, I did not know that. QQ, Soul Society, or Bleach, which captures the Spirit Team. Soul Eater, oh. I don't know, I haven't read Soul Eater a while back, but I do think that Soul Eater probably encompasses the questions of, like, what the soul is a bit more in depth than Bleach does. Super Saiyan is a cheap copy of Supersonic. That's a crazy-ass take to say. D5 is definitely iconic. It's everywhere now, and you can also never seen DB. We talked about world leaders, which One Piece would happen several times, I guess. Okay. Manos, a giant hollow formed from hundreds and hundreds of ordinary hollows, but until now I've only seen one in its textbooks. It's impossible. That thing appears as a royal task force. Okay. These massive hollows are composed of hundreds and hundreds of hollows, as stated by Rukia, and apparently a royal special task force has to deal with it. Royal special task force has to deal with them. Deal with them. Ichigo, it's impossible. When that thing appears, it's huge, inconceivable. He's eating the other hollows. He's a behemoth. What's so funny? Ichigo, you can't fight that thing. What do you think you're doing? Would you want Ichigo to get killed? Then move. I can't do that. Sorry, Miss Kuchiki. A binding spell? To deal with them. Since Ichigo absorbed her powers, to deal with them. The narrative built up for these enemies makes it seem like they are a force of nature that shouldn't be taken lightly. However, a little under an arc later, However, about one arc and some change later, after Rukia regains her powers with absolutely zero implication that she got any stronger, was able to beat a Menos, a Gillian class Arankar in a single king hit. Yeah. Let's go back. Bleach, pre-Hueco Mundo. We need to go to, like, what, chapter, what, 2 something? 200 something? Let's go to, like, 198. I saw Chad. What did you say to him? Ichigo, step back. What did you... Step back and let me handle this. You're too tense. You could get yourself killed fighting like this. Ruki, surprised? I couldn't get my powers back before because I was in that Gigai of Urahara's, but I discarded it and lived in Soul Society, which is full of reishi, so I naturally regained my spirit energy. She's gotten stronger. She literally states she recovered, she regained her spirit energy. Simply regained her spirit energy. The opponent she fights is a Menos, is an Arankar. Let me look up Arankar. Apollo's everyone gained more power similar to that of Shinigami. Arankar, a group of hollows that gain similar powers to Shinigami, but the individuals as concerned are generally possess powers far beyond those of previous Arankar, with those exceptions of Karoti Stark, especially creation, moving their mask. The ones removing their masks would need to be Gillian or stronger. Pseudo Arankar, not developed. Most. Okay. So it doesn't imply whatsoever that, like. Guys, I'm going to finish up this page and then I'll probably just do that. The opponent she fights is an Arankar. Specifically, a Gillian class, like the Menos we saw before. A Gillian is specifically a Gillian class we saw before. Rukia proceeds to use her Shikai and immediately one-shots her opponent, and immediately one-shots her opponent with her Zanpakuto's ability. This, it doesn't make, I don't think I need to spell out what the issue here is, but I'll do a but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Go ahead and do it anyway. Rukia has never seen a Menos Grande. She makes a big deal about it. Rightfully so. Makes a big deal about it, rightfully so, but doesn't rightfully so, but I'll go ahead. Rukia lost to a day one hollow. Lost to an average hollow. Rukia lost to an average hollow. Not a Menos class. Not a Menos class Arankar. Not a Gillian class Arankar. Not a Menos class Arankar. Considering the power level of the characters, especially from this arc forward, it makes absolutely no sense how she didn't one-shot the hollow attacking Ichigo's family. It's the definition of inconsistent. Not the. There's also no explanation. There's also, I'm sure some would say, that Rukia was mentally nerfed because she was still dealing with her unresolved issues of killing her vice captain prior to the start of the story, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. When did Rukia finally get over Kai and Shiba's bullshit, right? 40 years after her adoption, the Kuchi clan essentially stated not to wish to be bothered by minor things. Itaki offered to tell him for her. When does the whole thing with Kai and Shiba happen? What was like 1 chapter 120 or something? Cayenne Shiba. Cayenne Shiba. When the fuck does this piece of shit show up? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. 83. Got it. 85. Dude! Mm-hmm. 134. Got it. 134. Now, I have my own issues with just this entire moment as a whole. Sorry, but it's not. But that's not exactly an excuse. There's no rule within the as far as I'm aware, there is no limitation within the entire. There is no reason within the entire context of the story that implies a Soul Reaper can't use their Shikai when they are mentally nerfed. Even then, the fact that the guy was Shiba and still died a nobleman or trash outside of... What are you guys talking about? Worst adaptation, have you watched? I have not seen Gurren Lagann besides like one episode. The writing behind Soul Society isn't that great. Yes, it's a cumulative of Goku, people, anguish personified, but it doesn't fit Goku's personality. What happened in the chapter? I need the explanation as to... What chapter was that? Wait, is it just going to be a video about Bleach being buns, or is this a versus video? It's not a versus video, it's about Bleach being buns. What happened? I need to explain. Bleach, it's not accumulation of hatred. I saw the video according to any desperate. Okay, then explain how he gets this form. The fuck? That guy was Shiba. Do you think Bleach deserves all the hated god when the anime stopped after the full bring and there was a lack of Bleach content? Was hate in the big three was warranted? I don't think it was warranted in the slightest bit. A series or whatever reason that whether it's a series, a manga, etc. If it doesn't continue the anime or whatever, it doesn't get a second season, it doesn't get a third, fourth, fifth, seventh season, it doesn't finish off the story, and you have to wait a while to get it. You shouldn't like give any hate or try to tell people or the fucking studio or whatever that, you know, they should kill themselves or that, you know, this is terrible. Like, listen, I get it. You like a series, people too, they explain the rookie is a seated officer in terms of rank and power. 202, you said? 202. Like, I don't think that like people should like receive any kind of hate for that shit, but what am I supposed to tell you? They're it's just stupid, man. It's just stupid. I don't know. 1 second. Sori no Shiroyuki is completely what has to be. Lady Yuki has the skills to be a seated officer, but the work of a seated officer is much more dangerous than regular swordsmanship and exposed to danger. It's also stated verbatim, even mentally. She can't use a Shikai mentally nerfed. Even then, it's also stated she has the power of a seated officer and was simply versa. But Byakuya didn't want to, but Byakuya didn't want her to be in any danger. But Byakuya didn't want her to be in any danger. As far as the context of the story as to why proceeds, but I'll go ahead and tell you anyway. Considering Rukia, this is just inconsistent. This is, by definition, inconsistent. Even then, that's not exactly an excuse. Wait, let me see. Let me read this back. Okay, let me separate this. Explain decision. My real issue with this scenario. Okay. My real issue with this scenario is that Rukia loses to this hollow for no apparent reason. I kept this moment in the back of my mind while reading through the following arcs. I wanted to see if there was a proper explanation as to why Rukia couldn't one-shot this hollow. You see, later in the arc, we are introduced to a Menos Grande. These massive hollows are composed of hundreds and hundreds of hollows, as stated by Rukia, and apparently a royal special task force cast to deal with them. The narrative built up for these enemies makes it seem like they are a force of nature that shouldn't be taken lightly. However, about one arc and some change later, after Rukia regains her powers with absolutely zero implication that she got any stronger, she literally stated that she simply regained her spirit energy. The opponent she fights is an Arrancar, specifically a Gillian class like the Menos we saw before. Arrancar, Rukia proceeds to use her Shikai and immediately one-shots her opponent with her Zanpakuto's ability. I don't think I need to spell out the issue, what the issue here is, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Rukia lost to an average hollow, not a Menos class Arrancar, in the first chapter. For no justifiable reason. Considering the power level of the characters, especially from this arc forward, it makes absolutely no sense how she didn't one-shot the hollow attacking Ichigo's family. Gentei Kaijo. I need to look up Gentei Kaijo. Gentei Kaijo. Let me see. Where is it? Ho-Ho, Zanpakuto, Zakuda. Where the fuck is Gentei Kaijo? Konso. So, governance. Spiritual limiters. All Shinigami captains and lieutenants have to be reduced by 80% when listening, which resembles, in order to your energy. The extreme cases, these full powers is needed. They request a limiter. They use Gentei Kaijo. The Shinigami and the Royal Guard are even limited. Civilizing all three worlds. Okay. Justifiable reason. Considering the power level of the character, especially from this arc forward, it makes absolutely no sense how she didn't one-shot the hollow attacking Ichigo's family. I'm sure some would say that Rukia was mentally nerfed because she was still dealing with her unresolved issues of killing her vice captain prior to the start of the story, but that's not exactly an excuse. As far as I'm aware, there is no reason within the entire context of the story, besides the fact that the point in time where this event happened, seems to have occurred anywhere between the last 50 years or so, and there is, besides the fact, is no, and I couldn't find anything, meaning she probably, or so, the year, in the last 50 years or so, I genuinely couldn't find any text time frame. Last 50 to 20 years or so. 20 to 50 years, between the last 50 years. That means that she had potentially a few decades, a few years to possible decades to get over this. In order to get over it. As far as I am aware, there is no reason within the entire context of the story that implies a Soul Reaper can't use her Shikai when mentally nerved. Even then, it's also stated that she has to have the power of a seated officer, but Byakuya didn't want her to be in any danger. Then there's also the fact that she probably had a Gente Kaijo. She probably had a spiritual limiter dampening her powers by 80%. Granted, it's stated they are only placed on lieutenants. It's after this fight, right? It's after this fight. For Kaijus, Rukia wasn't a vice captain. Chapter 210 for Kaiju. Chapter 210. Thank you. Captains and assistant captains of the 13. Okay, so she's a member of the seated, so I don't have to add this anyway. This is by definition inconsistent. It makes absolutely no sense why she lost assistant. It makes absolutely no sense. The core... Ooh, the fuck? The core event... the core event that originally... that originally caused Ichigo to gain his powers was completely based what only happened doesn't inherently make any sense given the context. Doesn't make any sense given the context of her later fights. It's bad. Ichigo on his way to spam big swipe, big slash for the 90,000 Diamond Warrior time available. Do you think deserved all the hate it got? Rukia is a Gote 13. Hey, how you doing, Lazarus? I'm actually gonna probably end off as... Doesn't inherently make any sense because Kubo decided to give Rukia a cool fight scene. This is one of my... This right here is just an example. Right here is a... This right here is the first of many examples. Doesn't inherently make any sense. Is no justification for it. And there's no justification for it. The series doesn't even do a good job. This doesn't even try to do a job. I don't think the Rasengan would innately hurt Luffy. I mean, it's like torque. I think like it could spin like the part of his body that's getting hit, right? So if he gets hit in his torso, it would like twist his midsection around and it would probably send him forward, but he doesn't take any damage. Have you covered Bleach fights yet? I've covered just one so far, and that's Rukia fighting what's-his-face. I'm not going to cover all the Bleach fights, and I'm not going to cover a lot of power scaling aspects. I'm just going to cover... This right here is one of the many reasons why I don't like Bleach. What makes me think that Bleach is just not a good... This is one of the many reasons... This is just one... This right here is the first of many reasons as to why I say Kubo isn't a good writer. He is consistently has this bad habit of utilizing developing his characters. He has this bad habit of retconning and making inconsistent that ultimately have no explanation, that ultimately have no justifiable explanation. It's frustrating. It takes away from the first scene, because it takes away from the impact of Rukia giving Ichigo her powers. It's frustrating because it takes away the impact of Rukia. This is something I'm not going to... I'm sure some would compare this to Shanks. I'm sure someone would compare this to Shanks losing an arm to a Sea King in the first chapter, but the difference is Oda has given us an explanation and reason as to why that's the case. This isn't to make comparison this between Bleach or One Piece. Between Bleach and any other story and other shonen. There's nothing to make a comparison. Yeah. There's nothing to make a comparison between Bleach or One Piece, but I do want to actually give example. But I do want to provide these examples. Providing examples here and there of other manga doing, not to crap, that the writing just ultimate, because I feel Oda didn't listen to his editor. That video I shared broke down how Luffy's attacks. I actually did check it out, Drake. I have checked it out. Have you covered Bleach fights and script? I actually did check it out. I checked it out last night when I was playing some Magic the Gathering on my own. I saw that comment before lock-in. But I will provide examples. But I will be providing examples here and there of other mangaka tackling issues I've seen, tackling similar issues. Tackling. This is not to say that their stories tackling similar. Of other mangaka tackling similar issues within their stories. This isn't to make Bleach look bad by comparison, but I don't have a bad. This isn't to make Bleach look bad by comparison, but I do think that by comparison, what I'm trying to do is show you, the viewer, that my reasons for disliking from the difference in execution between and other manga of the like. Execution, the reason for that comes from a difference in execution between Bleach and manga of the like, which I think is completely fine. It's not to say that any of these series are... This is not to say that any of these other series are better. This is not to say that any of these series are... This is not to say that any... This isn't to make Bleach look bad by comparison. What I'm trying to do is show you, the viewer, that my reasons come from a difference in execution between another manga of the like. It's not a... Like, one of the things is just the sheer lack of inconsistency. And in this case... I don't like the inconsistencies. And one of the things I don't like is its inconsistency. As a matter of fact, let's just talk about what my metrics are for enjoying a series. As a matter of fact, let's talk about the other. Let's lay out. Actually, no. And one of the things that I don't like is its narrative inconsistencies. Yes, plural. Yes, that's plural. It's narrative inconsistencies. Like Orihime and Chad being Fullbringers. But Tatsuki isn't one of them. Isn't one. Alright, I'm going to leave it there. Guys, I'm going to leave it here. If Curious as to what responses you'll get for the video. You didn't read the story, you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, you're biased as fuck, you're just a One Piece fan. I would expect a One Piece fan to not properly understand what Kubo was trying to convey. But don't worry, I'll cover all of that in my video. As a matter of fact, I'll actually have Sandbag pop up here and there to, like, you know, say the arguments that people like to talk about. And then I'll explain, like, listen, we can talk about the philosophy, we can talk about Nietzsche's Übermensch, we can talk about all of this other stuff, but at the end of the day, none of this is inherently my problem with One Piece. I don't care about the philosophies inside the series. It can have whatever philosophies that it wants, but my issue is that if the series in and of itself does not do a good job at making me want to care about the characters, if it feels extremely inconsistent every single time I read through it, and if, more importantly, I simply feel like there is no point in even remotely caring about any... I already kind of went through that. It's just not fun. There's just too many issues here, and none of it is remotely fixed by, understanding where Kubo wants to make you think or whatever. The fuck is this? Do you really want only a meal? Oh, shit. What is this? Daily reports about my witch senpai? What's this about? Huh. It's funny. Dude, the new modulo chapter was great. We gotta do a fundraiser for how many comments that will say you don't understand Bleach. That's like the go-to line, like a catchphrase. Yeah. You think Kubo was cooking in his bag when he said Getsu ga Tensho, but two Getsu ga Tenshos. No, I really don't think Kubo was fucking cooking at all, dude. I really don't. As a matter of fact, it kind of becomes worse. So early, I'm not sure if you were here yet, Blaziken, but there was a topic of conversation that I was talking about earlier. Lore accurate Gustave versus Renoir. Don't do that to me. I don't want to do that right now. That might be a spoiler for me. There was a conversation we were having before about, like, how many of the early Bankais in Bleach just feel very lackluster. I mean, you can maybe not say the same thing about, like, Byakuya, but I don't really give a shit. And it essentially just talks about how, or we were just essentially talking about how, like, all the early Bankais were just fucking boring, dude. Like, Komamura, giant stand, Renji, big fucking snake, Byakuya, Senbon, but millions of fucking petals, whatever. Ichigo, the tiny sword, big speed boost. And then, like, the farther you go into the series, it's like Kubo just added all of these busted abilities, but he didn't give anybody, like, the perfect toolkit to, like, deal with it. Because even, like, Shunko or Shunpo, just a massive burst of power. It's like, from the moment that we hit, like, the Hueco Mundo and Arancar arc, he was just going to give every single villain, like, some new and interesting pieces of, like, abilities or whatever. But it was like, who gives a shit, dude? Hope and see it. You just don't understand the deep intricacies of Bleach. Mishoku Tensei. ReZero is good. I don't know. Guys, I will be leaving you. I have spoken here for about 4 hours. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you guys take care of yourselves. Please drink some water. Please do your thing. And I will catch you all on the next one. Peace out. Big Unga Bunga Bone Snake. Bro, what? Diddy's Wet Dream and Peak Fiction? Have a good night, guys. Please take care of yourselves.